Trustee Hammond isn't joining us tonight, and Trustee Williams is going to be a couple minutes late, so we're going to go ahead and get started with our workshop this evening. So, first, we are going to talk about the 2024 ICC State Electric and Solar Ready Code. She's been
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Trustees. You all remember Mr. Tim Maroney, who serves as our Chief Building Official from Fayetteville. He is here to support, well, he'll be your expert here tonight. I'm just going to kind of facilitate a little bit.
Thank you for coming back.
Happy to be here.
So we first talked about this a month ago on February 2nd, and the board requested some follow-up information going a little bit deeper dive into some of the significant changes in the 2024 building codes compared to what we're on currently, which is the 2021 code, as well as an overview of the Colorado state code that will be required to adopt. So in your packet, I included a lot greater detail, some comparison documents that just if you really want to go down the rabbit hole of building codes, you have some rabbit holes to go down. Tonight, we're not going to do that unless there's anything explicit that you would like to talk about. We're going to try to keep it more high level. So, again, as noted, we are considering adoption of the 2024 code with certain appendices. If you have any questions on that, we can go through them. Again, it's really important to note. First, let's talk about the 24 building codes, and then we'll switch to the Colorado Solar and Energy Ready Code. And then I also want to note that Chief Pischke and Chief Stump will be here overlapping this topic with the CWPP that's next. And maybe I'll have some questions for Lions Fire, so they'll be here in a little bit. But again, keeping it on the building code for now, I think my old point here is if you look through those, the majority of these are kind of clarifications, kind of minor corrections that in very few instances may actually apply to projects in Lions. So with that, Tim, I guess, are there anything you'd like to highlight on the residential code?
First, I'd like to say each one of you got a little bit of a handout.
Yeah.
These are the significant changes to the 24 codes, and I will tell you, this was a product of a collaboration with Larimer County and Weld County. Approximately 20 of us attended 15 different meetings going on with the new codes. And this is what we came up with in the most impactful for our area. And by doing this, we're trying to stay consistent with our neighboring communities. So that's really big for contractors, consistency in code administration in the area. IRC, there's not a whole lot of changes. A little bit on energy storage, the same thing we went over last time. Lofts, a little bit of deck construction. Design requirements a little bit. Interior lighting controls, as we went over, every single interior light now needs to be on a control, including the exterior lights, if you have 30 watts or more. So if you have 3 or more exterior light fixtures on the new home or your addition, you now have to have a timer, a photo cell, something like that. So little things that are going to add up to the cost of the home, nothing huge. R values. Walls increase a little tiny bit for insulative value, but the attic goes from R60 to R49, so that's a lower cost. There's also 2 new paths to compliance, so you don't have to have just prescriptive exactly what the code book says. Solar engineers and architects now have different pathways to be code compliance, which a lot of times gives them better pathways to be energy compliant at lower cost. So all too often we hear with code changes, it's increased cost. The analysis in Colorado is with the change in the energy code, a 2,500 square foot new home will save about $3,600. So that's a plus.
Any questions on the residential portion of the building code?
So you said the R value went down to 16, went up to 49.
It was 60.
60 to 49, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you, that seems reasonable to me. I helped my son put on his second story addition, and to try and cram R60 into that, it was at the point we were putting it in there, and it had not thought to it. It wasn't even
Well, and the problem is most homes are created with trusses. And when you cram that much insulation, you're plugging up the baffles, which allow air to circulate into it. So you're negating the effect of venting. And like cutting your nose out to spite your face.
Right.
Could you elaborate on the lighting controls? When you say interior controls, do you mean? At least that, or light switch? No?
No more light switch. It's
Okay.
gotta be a dimmer,
Mm,
an occupancy sensor, or a timer
wow.
Really?
Isn't
on
that
every
gonna-
single light.
Isn't that gonna add a lot of cost?
Yes, sir, it will.
So where does the savings come from overall that you were saying then?
Different prescriptive paths to be able to go in there. Let's say, for instance, you want to buy really good windows. They've got a much better insulative value. You can claim that and then say you don't need as much insulation in the walls. So there's trade-offs.
Well, and I wonder, actually, if I may, sorry, because Gabriel has switched a lot of our light switches to dimmers. And I just wonder if there isn't a cost savings when it comes to the electric bill. Because you're maybe asking less, you're putting less on the electric system. I don't.
I think that's potentially the reason for it, right?
Right.
That you're not leaving lights on in rooms that you're like,
Right, but I know everyone in our house, it's either a sensor or it's a dimmer, or I'm like, we don't get anyways. I think that's.
So keep a happy thought. Obviously, you had different parents than I had. Screaming at you the minute you're leaving your room and the light is turned off.
Oh, yeah.
And there is a saving. I can understand the rationale in a crawl space and an attic. An attic and a crawl space and a basement, sometimes a garage, these are left on all the time. I can understand there. How often do you get a closet light that's left on for any length of time? Not very often. So. This might be something that they come back in another 3 years and say, yeah, that was a little overkill. But right now, that's what's required by the code.
Is there anything with an existing house that doesn't add on more than so many square feet that would trigger that retroactively, or it's all prospective?
There's nothing retroactive.
Okay.
For this, this would be for additions, renovations, and new construction.
Please go on, thank you.
all right. So, same thing, commercial code, and just to clarify for those of you, commercial also includes some of our multifamily projects. So when we say commercial, just keep that in mind. Some of the larger multifamily, this will be the code that applies. But again, majority of the amendments are clarifications. But Tim, in your opinion, what are the things that may affect clients?
One of the big things that's coming up now is the accessibility requirements. So now if you've got a commercial space, if you've got more than one exit door, every exit door has to have an opener and a ramp. It used to be just the main door, now it's everything that's marked as an exit. So that's gonna increase cost when they change the structure. Now, if you just have a new occupant that moves in, they're not gonna have to do that. If you renovate the space, then they will. So that's one of the bigger ones. Handrails a little bit are being modified. I don't see any big cost. So there's nothing in there that's really huge. The big thing is we're back to lithium batteries to storage. Any lithium battery of any size, they want it in a 1 hour enclosure.
Fair enough.
So when we get back to the 1 hour enclosure, people think construction, cost, construction. Again, use the administrative part of the code, think outside the box. I'm a big fan of intumescent paint, where you can paint an existing assembly, 1, 2, or 3 layers, depending what you need to do, and you meet the rating. So there's ways of complying without new construction and big cost.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, like just a practical question regarding 402 Main and how these codes will be? Is it when they get them, because I see these are going into effect on June 30th. So I'm just wondering, do these codes go into effect when they get the building permit or
When they apply,
when they apply for the building permit?
then they're subject to the codes that are in effect at the time. So this will not apply to 402 Main.
Unless they apply after June.
They're already in.
Got it, okay,
So
okay.
This does not apply to 402
Okay.
Main, potentially could apply to any future large projects. But we do have the draft written for all the codes that would go into effect July 1st, so to model and to kind of wrap it in with the
Got it.
modifier code. So good question, though. It's when they apply for the permit is when that's the code they're subject to.
Okay, and should we pass these, would staff then reach out to folks who have shown interest in applying for building permits to let them know about the timing?
Yeah, and I think that's pretty customary for communities to delay implementation of new codes to give folks, a decent amount of time to know. And just as we talked about last time, we do have a contractor lunch and learn we've invited. That's on Thursday at noon at the library. So Tim is going to be going through these, but in much greater detail, for the contractors to kind of talk about the differences, but we'll start publishing as soon as the board takes action to our contractors. And we have an email list of everybody who's gotten a contractor license in the last 3 years. I pulled those. So I'll be communicating and then we'll work with Kim on the town of accounts.
So I would suggest that, sorry, not being cut you off.
Do we have discretion on the June 30th date, or if we don't do it by then, that triggers?
Yes,
the-
that's correct. We need to have these adopted by July 1st.
Okay.
So we are not required to do the Colorado low energy and carbon.
Low carbon, net zero construction.
Which the UEB is not in favor. of that.
Unfortunately, the direction Colorado is going right now. Different codes such as the fire resilience, the electric ready, the solar ready. In certain communities, there's a dubious value to it, but they're being mandated by the state. We have no option but to adopt them. And what we're trying to do is be strategic in what we adopt when to minimize the impact of a lot of these unfunded mandates.
Any additional questions on codes related to commercial? Okay, again, in the packet, you have plumbing and mechanical and a lot more information for all those rabbit holes, but for now, we're gonna move on to the new element to our code, which is required if we adopt a new code prior to July 1st. Again, if we don't, we have to do the other code. So we talked about it a little bit more. I included a presentation from the Colorado Energy Office in the packet that went through this in a little more detail. But I've just kind of summarized it. So in terms of the electric ready requirements, I know we talked about this last time at Tim. I don't know if there's anything more, if you all have any questions. I don't know, Mayor, how much detail you want. We want to kind of do the summary again and do.
Let's do the summary again. We'll see if folks have questions.
So the big thing, electric ready is on residential. Anytime you have a fuel burning appliance, again, a stove, a water heater, a furnace. You now have to run an equivalent electric circuit, all the wiring, the breaker, everything within 3 feet of the appliance. So now you're gonna have gas to it and you've got to pay for all the electric to go in as well.
The theory there being, if you're gonna have to install this anyway, you might as well go electric. That's the incentive.
Are you suggesting there's a certain amount of extortion involved?
Pressure. Let's say pressure.
But the state calls it carrot.
Yeah.
I call it the carrot covered stick.
Yeah.
Hey, that's exactly where they're going. They're trying to get people to say, your furnace takes a dump. We're gonna really highly encourage you to go electric instead of replace it with a gas furnace. Or on new construction, they're really trying to get away from any gas burning appliance.
Do you have any idea what that would, how much that would increase the cost?
Up to $3,000 per home.
3K per home, that's just for putting in the new panel. Running.
Oh, no, sir. That's just the circuits. We haven't got to the panel part of it yet. The panel part is gonna come when you have to include the solar ready and the EV ready with the electric ready. So now your electric panel has to have approximately 12 empty spaces for future endeavors. You can no longer do a 30 circuit panel. You're gonna have to go up to a 42 circuit panel. Once you get into the 42 circuit panel, you're getting into commercial equipment. I anticipate the manufacturers in the next couple of years will start coming out with a residential 42 circuit panel. But right now that equipment's gonna be commercial grade and it's gonna increase cost.
So, may I ask you, for this entire code, the entire model electric ready and solar ready code, how much does this add to the cost of the average home altogether?
We have heard analysis of anywhere between 15 and 30,000 per home.
15 to 30K. And reading through this, you could have the possibility of affecting the design of the roof as well, because you need to reserve 600 square feet.
Right.
So that takes out like lots of gables and things that you would normally have.
Now, keep in mind, the biggest impact is gonna be on your venting. When the plumbers and mechanical people are laying out their system, they can no longer go wherever they want. They're gonna have to go in certain areas, which is gonna change their design on how they vent things. The roof will also have to be certified to be able to withstand the weight of the solar system. So that's gonna be another document and another engineering letter, so that's gonna increase cost as well.
Is there any kind of an exemption for affordable or attainable housing here? Is it gonna hit them as well?
There is the 1% clause built into this. And I gave each one of you a copy so you can look at it. There's a 1%, which is section 102.2.
And there's the affordable housing exemption, is that for multi-family?
It's for LP.
That's for multi-family.
So the state's been pretty crafty in putting this together where there's very few votes. The state statutes are also written that we can amend these codes, but only if they're more strict.
Yeah. So there are 3 exemptions written in. One is a natural disaster waiver, which that was, I think, came from the Marshall Fire, different energy codes folks could build to. Again, the substantial cost differential waiver, 1%. You have to demonstrate it, and then you can only kind of waive down to that 1% difference, so it can't cost you more than 1% more. And then, again, some housing affordability considerations are embedded in the code, but it does have an impact on cost.
Are you aware of any municipalities who have found strategies to help make this easier in their communities?
I'm unaware of anybody that has pursued it to any degree. There have been several communities that have explored litigating versus adopting. They realize that that's that's an empty pit. How much money are you going to throw into that money pit to fight the state on that?
Mhm.
I think most of our peer communities have done this already.
Yeah,
So the
we've already
community,
adopted.
I think we have waited till the very last minute as a community to get on board with this code. So I think, for whatever that's worth.
So a few of the communities have expressed they're going to adopt but refuse to enforce. Keep in mind that strategy. And once the state finds out you're doing that, they have the option to cut off all funding to your community. Every single state fund that you get, they're threatening to cut off to the communities that don't adopt.
Is that in the statute or is it like an executive order?
Executive order as it falls as it
Or
does.
one? But it's not the statute.
No, not that I don't think it's everything.
I have not seen it in any statute, but pretty emphatic on that. Once again, the carrot covered stick.
So yes, we have the solar ready, and then finally, let's stay on residential maybe for a minute, and then finally for the EV ready. For single and 2 family homes, they have to have, where there's dedicated parking, you have to have one EV ready space, which is essentially kind of the branch circuit and the receptacle in the capacity. So I don't, that particular one doesn't feel extremely problematic.
No, the biggest thing is if you're building a new home, you have a 2-car garage. You have to have at least one circuit with a charger or receptacle in place and a breaker space.
Go ahead, Tanya.
And if I can add, I remember this conversation when we were taking applications for the Lions Valley townhomes, which are mostly 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom homes, and people were interested in having an EV ready space, and it wasn't EV ready. We even talked about having an EV charger at the property,
Yeah.
so at least they could, but there wasn't, so that was an issue a few years ago already.
Mhm.
Where demand was there and it wasn't, so I think I could see the benefit.
Well, one of the changes we made to reduce some of its costs was that we're gonna do garages, so we agreed to what garage requirement,
Yeah.
get them under the cost. Already do an EV charger without a garage, I don't think.
But even if they just had at least one parking spot with an EV charger, that would, at least they could, residents could rotate.
So we're really promoting, you have to have the branch circuit for each space, or if you can centrally locate one charger between two spaces. So we try to tell the electricians, use some common sense here and make sure they're located between the parking spaces. Keep in mind, it has to be a 40 amp circuit. When you're designing your electric service, you have to design in that 40 amp load. So we're gonna see 200 amp service is gonna be the absolute minimal in anything, and we're probably gonna see a lot more 325 amp services. Is the utility ready for that? Just rhetorical questions.
Yeah.
The UEB did, I think, look at this, and I don't think they identified concerns, so just FYI, we did talk about this, so utility.
Mostly because of the build out.
Yeah.
Or their rate of actual transition of existing home.
Tanya?
And if I may just appease anybody's concerns regarding like additions or renovations or things like that. We installed an EV charger in our garage and it was really only $600 to bring it up to 20 amps. And we have 19 solar panels on our 20-year-old roof and it was fine. So I feel like if people are concerned about, you know, any renovations or additions, I think if your house is well built, I don't foresee an issue. And I didn't see it being that expensive, at least for an EV charger. Solar panels are nice.
So where we see the issue with the load, the solar on the roof, is an older home that's built with rafters.
Oh.
An EV, or not an EV, a solar system on your roof is less weight than a foot of snow. So if you're gonna have structural problems with the photoelectric system, you're gonna have problems with the heavy snow. But get that in Colorado.
One little bit of potentially helpful news on this topic, and particularly when it comes to residential. Some of you are aware that Dr. Cog, the security grant from the EPA of $200 million to help support energy efficiency. And one of those grant programs, the town of Lyons was eligible for $50,000 with the no match grant. Safe Built, I met with their team a couple weeks ago. The town would have to apply for the grant, but Safe Built is hiring a kind of dedicated consultant in energy efficiency and design that our residents could have as kind of a free resource.
Oh, great.
If they have to apply, if they have to follow this code, the town will be able to offer kind of free advising on how to meet the code. So more details to come the next time that grant cycle opens up, but just want to know part of education, extra support for folks out there. So. Okay, anything else on the residential side of this code? Trustee Williams, we're going to talk about the electric ready and solar ready code. I'm going to go back to the commercial.
Sorry to join late.
That's
My apologies, everyone.
We're glad you're going the other way.
We've been waiting for the expert.
Still
Um,
waiting.
Again, electric ready, greater than 10,000 square feet, or just for reference, this would have applied. It doesn't apply to 402 Main, but they're just over 10,000 square feet. So just kind of in terms of scale, you know, it's a two-story building on our main street. So
So one of the things that are gonna be different with the energy code and this code working in compliance. Every new commercial building over 10,000 square feet will have a solar system or buy a share into a solar farm.
okay.
So the same thing,
You don't need the capacity though, right?
No.
So it's a little less.
so there's not a whole lot where we get into the electric ready and the solar ready or parking spaces. That's gonna be the challenge.
So solar ready for commercial.
You still have to have the square footage allocated if they put a system in. So they'll have to decide, are they gonna put a solar system in or buy credits in a solar farm? Or wind farm with some energy generation.
Any questions on solar ready for commercial? Yep. EV ready, that's the bigger one that I think communities have kind of struggled with. This is for non-multifamily, so, any thoughts on this? So essentially it's four different types of spaces. Tim, do you want to maybe describe?
So there's four different types of space. If you see the chart. The solar. EV capable means you've got a conduit from the panel, you have breaker space in the panel, you have load capacity, and there's room to put a charger in that space or in the immediate vicinity of that space. The EV installed means there's a charger ready to go with all the wiring. EV ready, it's the conduit to the space. And then EV capable is the wiring, the conduit, and the charger. So a lot of them are very similar. So if you look down, for instance, the second down where you have more than 10 spaces, this tells you how many spaces you're gonna have to delegate to the potential. You might have 30 or 40% of your spaces with chargers, with wire, or with conduit.
And again, the rationale is it's a lot easier to lay the conduit while the concrete is being installed than it is to kind of drill later for the conduit. So I think the conduit, not significantly expensive. I think the wiring and then potentially the actually installing and providing the chargers for all of our commercial uses. I know this has been an interesting challenge in commercial projects that I've worked on in the past here yet. It's just trying to find, again, transformer capacity, electric capacity, which spaces actually make sense. How the electrical conduit for these is not interfering with other utilities, any other.
The biggest thing that I see as an electrician is if you've got to get 30 to 40% of your spaces wired for and have the capacity for chargers, you're gonna have to upsize your service. So dollars, and then is the closest transformer and line gonna be able to handle the increased load? So it's not just the charger, there's a certain amount of trickle down all the way through. And then you have to say, okay, we've got 30%, let's say we do the 10% of all the chargers or the spaces have an actual charger. Are you gonna designate those to EV vehicles only? So if you've got a shopping center that's got a pretty limited amount of spaces, and you have to do 20 or 30% is EV. You tell the rest of the cars, if there's nobody charging, you cannot use those spaces.
But again, not retroactive. So on additions of a certain size or new construction. Go ahead.
Couple of questions. Our main downtown business blocks under our code are not required to have parking, right?
Well, there are some ways for exemptions. The base is required, but it's only actual parking spaces does the code apply. So it's not so if you only build 10, the code, yeah.
That was my question. If we use one of our exemptions for some future improvement building downtown and that they're not under our code required to provide parking in downtown area, is this triggered?
You won't, using street parking won't trigger anything.
Okay.
It's whatever parking spaces are being built, that's the percentages allocate to that. So they don't know our underlying zoning code and know that we gave them waivers and maybe they needed 100, but they're building 20. They just sort of look at the 20.
What about off-site parking? Big deal for the hotel was that they weren't going, they were gonna have a limited amount on-site and they were gonna arrange for off-site, so.
The town could, but the code does not. require.
So really, this would likely only apply to something built in the eastern quarter, maybe,
Or potentially the hotel.
or potentially the hotel.
Then on the site. Or
Yeah.
site.
Does it make any difference if the buildings are separated or whether they're contiguous? Because I'm thinking about, like, we call them mini malls, we've got like 7 different businesses lined up here. So do we take the totality of the 7 buildings of the 7 businesses?
Yeah, it will be the totality of the parking spaces for the structures on the property.
So again, that's not multifamily. In the multifamily sector, again, they look at 10 parking spaces or less, and then the actual EV charging is a little higher here because most people charge at home, right? So the thought is that, if you live in a multifamily development, you probably can't control the installation of EV for you. So they are kind of adding it onto the developer obligations with higher percentages on our commercial. So any thoughts on this one, Tim?
What's a light space versus?
So the light space is,
Yeah. We'll pull up the definition. I can't remember.
Typical space and then EV capable.
Yeah, you told us.
Yeah, there's a
Area.
little distinction in.
it gets a little bit, okay, so
Oh,
A light space is where you have the conduit, the raceway installed to support future charging.
So it's just the tube.
The tube and the space in the breaker.
So this one with 30% of the spaces.
It's just the two.
That's big, it's a two.
And I know on this one last year, we had to do some waivers for Aurora on this.
Oh,
for
okay.
Transformer capacity, because they'd already built out basically, and then there was no transfer capacity available to upsize would have cost many millions of dollars.
So that's a really good point. Is you have to keep in mind, is your utility layout going to be able to handle 30% of the parking spaces with chargers, 20 or 40 amp circuits? And it doesn't seem like a whole lot till you think, well, all of a sudden, that's another 1,000 loops. Has that network, has that lateral been designed for that? And I'm not sure about Lions, but a lot of the utilities are saying, if we've got to start upsizing transformers and switches and laterals, we're not talking days or weeks, we're talking months and years.
And certainly the state has a fund to pay for all that.
Yes, they do not.
That's why I think it would be better now, because again, we've installed 0 commercial transformers in 10 years maybe.
Mhm.
So the expectations, I'm waiting to see if we get this first one installed for 402 Main Street. And our commercial downtown area, you know, unless something goes wrong, where are they building out? Yes, if we're trying to say someone's gonna scrape and build maybe across the street at the Vintage Motors, there are certain locations here and there. But otherwise, for the most part, we don't see too much happening. And if it's out east, it's at this point not Town of Lions Electric. It's for them to decide if they want Lions or Longmont. And as long as that's in place and Longmont's cheaper, it's probably gonna be Longmont. So they may have some concerns on it, and it may bring that question back for Lions versus Longmont.
Any questions on EV ready codes? Okay. Again, there are some waivers. We've already talked about that. That's really all we have in terms of a presentation for you. Again, happy to go kind of down further any rabbit holes. Again, the Lions Fire folks are gonna be here any minute. I did want to follow up on a few items though real quick before we circle back to questions. Just again, we have the open house or the lunch and learn Thursday at noon with all of our contractors. And then in terms of contractor licensing, I know we talked about that a little bit last time. We are going to be doing outreach to our contractors, some specific questions at the open house. But we'll do some additional work and follow up in anticipation of more follow up with the board prior to the 2027 code or contractor license scheduled, right? So we have a good portion of them licensed already. So we can talk about that later this summer or this fall, but we'll get more input from the local contractors. Yeah, with that, I guess we have Tim for another half an hour, 25 minutes, and then again, Lions Fire will be here in a minute. So any other questions on codes?
The grading permit requirement, Jared McCain is interested in what will be required.
Yes. What would be required?
Yep.
Aaron, do you want to high level? I mean, I can pull it up to you.
Right.
Please stop sharing that. So it would be, or go ahead.
A lot of it's gonna be what might be required just when you're submitting building plans for what the site plan and what's needed for that. And this allows an option for those who don't have their full building ready, but wanna be getting started on the project, even like with 402 Main, when they wanted to do a foundation only. We would have something to put in place and say, okay, you can do just the grading permit at this point in time. So a lot of it's gonna be the same things that are required, checking if they're in the floodplain to make sure we're covering floodplain requirements. If you're actually gonna be working on some of the slopes in town, that you are submitting something that tells us what the slopes are gonna be, so that you're not just going in doing something that we don't know about. If there are concerns for changing the drainage to go to a neighboring property, we get to see that before it gets developed.
Is there any kind of a minimum square footage exemption, like you're scraping for a back patio, for example?
Yeah, it was in cubic feet of dirt that was gonna be used, and I'd have to pull up the actual numbers. But again, trying to use a lot of what was in the code already in that amendment, in that appendix. And then the town engineer did make some recommended changes to that. And of course, I don't have Outlook anymore because they're updated. So
Do you want me to pull that up?
you know, how quick it comes up here now. I could get the email from Justin as listed.
We were just talking about this last week.
We can do it there. Technology.
Yeah.
Director Kaplan, while she's looking at that, I know we'll switch over here in 1 second. For the drainage questions, would you require civil engineering stamped drawings? For the floodplain questions, would you require hydraulic modeling?
So yes, it says on there whether if required, in particular on the drainage ones. It's gonna be up to the town engineer when a plan is submitted, if he has concerns about it. Same thing, that would already pretty much be in effect for the floodplain. If it's something where they're talking about, if you're wanting to do something in the floodway, of course, they would need to have all the studies done, something showing they have a no-rise certificate. If it's just something in the 500-year floodplain, we're really just documenting that for FEMA so that they know we're monitoring it. If it's in the 100-year, they're gonna need to show that they're not causing any change to the creek elevation.
Before construction, not as built.
Afterward, the as-built are gonna depend again what you need in the floodplain permit. A lot of the floodplain is already there, and this is just making sure they're aware of what they would need to do for a floodplain permit. Right at the time of starting any kind of excavation or grading work.
And I think I think we're still talking about the quantities, but it would be like at least a truckload or two of dirt before you're gonna trigger this code, right? So if somebody wants to excavate a basement ahead of time, they're gonna come into this, could come into play. But you're probably typical, or you're changing the slope by more than a certain percent, or the depth, you know, kind of, you're cutting into a property maybe more than 4 feet, I think. But it's a typical probably homeowner backyard project. You know, it might in lines on some of these really big slopes, but I would say it's not intended to inhibit that. Depending on what they said, it's on the 23rd.
You get roughly 20 cubic yards. Oh, it mentioned the 2 dump trucks load. Because he was saying if it does not exceed 20 cubic yard, it wouldn't need a permit. If it does not change the existing grade by more than 4 feet at any location. If it meets all of those minimums, you could get by without a grading permit.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
Would one of you or both of you like to come up and share from the podium? I know we had, so far we've been talking about with the board, going up to the 2024 building codes, but I know last time, we had a discussion with the board around some ingress and egress concerns in some of our existing buildings, and I think they would love to hear a little bit more from you all, if you would like to kind of share. And what we talked about is maybe like the minimum amount of work that would be required to make a building safe.
Yes.
Mayor, trustees, staff. All right. Is there a specific question you would
So I guess I don't know if the board would like to, you know, again, staff's not proposing changes to existing buildings, but it did come up as a topic of conversation and you were curious to hear from Lions Fire.
Yeah, I think what, and the board will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what we were curious about was the mostly the commercial buildings downtown and the fire safety issues that are there and the egress issues that are there and how we might be able to address them and make them safer without adding just a ton of cost.
You're talking about the occupancy situation.
And maybe just speak in general terms, not
Things
specifics.
that come up when we do the business license inspection for a new business. And therefore Lions Fire is looking at what is existing and what it's supposed to be.
And that is going to be a problem until such time as we have a change in the occupancy that will allow us to do go under the current code. Or if we can talk to the business owners to tell them our concerns with regard to egress and access. And if they're willing to make those changes, or if we feel it's a life safety issue. In other words, Your doors don't open and it makes it difficult to get out, those kinds of things. Occupancy numbers are also a concern for us, so typically when we do a BLI, a business license inspection, we look to the business to say, what are you thinking in terms of occupancy in here? And if we keep it at below 50, then usually it's not a big concern because it typically, again, it you only need one exit door in that type of situation. It's when they get over 50 that we start looking at, okay, is there another means of getting out of this particular business, if you will? And with so many businesses downtown that have been there for so long, the occupancies really haven't changed that much. We've had a couple that have been key, and I think we've done a good job of addressing those so that our concerns with regard how they get out. There's one in particular that you had a business in the back, a business in the front, the business in the back wanted to stay open later, but their occupancy required 2 exits. And they only had one in the back, so it means that they had to go through the front. And so we've been able to work around those, but in general, I would say that, again, if you don't have an occupancy change, it sometimes becomes difficult to enforce something that's been there for so long and was approved under the code that the business came in under. And for those of you who know and have been here a long time, we really didn't have any fire code situations until roughly 2018 when we started. Up until 2018, you were under the 1997 Uniform Fire Code, way back then. And so that's really what was directing how things went. In 2020, we were able to adopt the 2015 International Fire Code, which really helped us out a lot. And of course, now we're in the 2021. So that.
Oh, or if they have any questions.
Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. One way to rephrase the question is to maybe offer you a little bit more latitude or authority if we can give it to you as a tool. So if, as we potentially adopt more current building codes or more current fire codes that only apply to improvements or only apply to new construction for the most part, we have an opportunity to consider also requiring certain retrofits. So our question to you is, are there some very small number of critical items that you would consider important enough that we should think about whether they are required as a retrofit? And maybe they're about egress, maybe they're about something else, and maybe they are very narrow. We know that the constituencies and in every sense, every residence, every commercial, every owner, every customer has a limited ability to go out and fix every problem in every building.
Right.
But are there just a few things that you think we should consider adopting as a retrofit requirement?
Again, I think the big thing is once you go over 50 in your occupancy numbers, you need to start looking at how you're going to get those people out of that particular business and if you only have one means of egress access, that becomes a challenge.
Multiple points of egress for occupancies of greater than 15.
Right.
And where
Possibly.
practically where that gets difficult is a lot of occupancies are required to be posted, right? We have ours right there, right? But a lot of it's been so long since some businesses either, had an inspection or got a permit that those occupancies aren't posted. And technically, the occupancy calculation is based on building codes and things like that. So they'd have to hire somebody. And if it turns out they're over 50, then what, right? So we've run into that a few times where we just don't know what the original occupancy was. So we look at the current occupancy and what it would require. And it's just tricky to navigate. So again, I think Trustee Williams, I think you framed that excellent in terms of kind of the question that we were trying to explore.
And I think some of the changes that we've had, as I go up on 5th, where we have two restaurants, if you will, in one building. And they are fortunate in that neither of them have the potential or actually the need to exceed that number 50. Given that, there's some challenges if they did want to get more people in there. And the secondary access for that little wine boutique, if you will, takes us through a kitchen, which we can't allow. So we've been able to work with them and it's worked out so far so good. But to answer your question, it really is going to be business
Specific.
yeah, and again, the biggest challenge we had with the business that wanted to stay open later in the back. And the business in the front was closed and how we were gonna deal with that. We were able to come to a solution, but if those kinds of things come up in the future, we may not be able to do that. Trying to make somebody do something is a challenge as well. And until we can say it's a life safety issue, we may not be able to do it.
Do you feel that you have the latitude with the life safety designation to do it under the current code without us adopting a few of these as critical retrofits?
When it comes to the fire code, yes. Now you're going to the 24, or I'm sorry, to the 24, which is basically, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, a fix-it code. And from the 21 code, okay? And at this point in time, the fire district has said, we're gonna shoot for the 27 code. However, if there are some things in the 24 code where we have seemingly a conflict, building code says one thing, fire code says the other thing, then we're willing to look at adding an amendment to the fire code so that we can sync up. We certainly don't want to be like this. We need to be like this, right? And it would be fairly easy because, as you know, we adopt the code, the fire district, and the entities, the two counties and the town, what's the word I'm looking for?
Ratify.
Ratify, thank you. I knew it was an R word. They ratify that code. So if we wouldn't have to go to either of the two counties, and so it would be very easily administratively to add an amendment to the code that you have ratified for the town. And like I said, we're willing to do that.
Have we done the exercise of sitting down with the current fire code and this potential code and see where there are any potential conflicts? Or disagreements?
We've gone through it at some length, and off the top of my head, I don't know that there is any conflict. Keep in mind, with the building code and the fire code, the two most important chapters, 9 and 10, are identical in both codes.
Right, and again, the 24 being a fix-it code, they really have gone in and done modifications that mostly reflect building code issues as opposed to fire code issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Mayor,
And I will tell you that I cannot think of a situation in the last 10 or 15 years where when a situation arises, building and fire can't come up quickly with a cooperative solution.
And I would agree.
Yeah, and that's wonderful. I just, we want to avoid our businesses being in a position where the town says one thing and fire.
Well, and again, anything that we do that hasn't had or needed the input from the town, and I'll give you a good example. We have a current restaurant that has a situation with some of their decorations. And didn't involve the town, but it really did involve us because of what those decorations were doing to their fire protection. So it became us, but we were cooperative. We will let the town know how we were gonna address it. And we came to an agreement that we were gonna let one little thing go, not a life safety issue, but as it related to a particular area where they had some decorations. But the other areas that we had to address were those that were blocking the sprinkler system from doing its job, so. But yeah, we definitely let you know when we have those situations, we talk about it so that we're both on the same page, which is always our desire.
Just one more, and I'll just say this one out loud. I don't know if you want to put it in your back pocket and deal with it another day or defer to Chief Stumpf, or there may be some better answer, but it's worth asking out loud, I think. We seem mostly now to be talking about the building codes and the fire codes and commercial buildings, often interior questions. We have a very similar question about the WUI code, mostly for residences. Are there some small number of retrofits that go beyond what the state WUI code requires that we might want to consider in some very soft and even-handed way at the same time or soon after we adopt the WUI code?
No, I think your movie code is follows the basics. However, you're going to be asking to do, are you in the 5-foot rule? Is that?
Well, we're just adopting the state code as drafted, so we're not requiring anything on existing property unless the code is triggered by an amendment.
This again is really about whether there's a subset that's worth considering as a retrofit.
You're gonna say no, don't you think that's in CWPP already?
Yeah.
Yeah, a whole list in there of what could be done.
There's.
It says, I think the CWPP says people should be encouraged to do this thing. It
Right.
doesn't necessarily say required.
Required.
So our question is, should we require that people do 1 out of 5 things, or they do something a year, or they pick from a menu, or we all say we're going to do 5 feet, whatever it is? Do you think that it's worth trying to attack that question of retrofit for WUI?
Well, retrofits versus doing things that are currently not being asked or required to do. Those are difficult situations, and sometimes they run counter to being a fire protective situation versus who's going to do this and who's going to enforce it, and how are you going to enforce it? And I think that's something that, I mean, I am a big fan of the 5-foot non-combustibles. I'm a real big fan of that.
Which is probably the single hardest thing, right?
Yes, that's exactly it. And
Wait, that's not near as hard as a 30-foot rule.
Let's, if you gentlemen don't mind, maybe we can, go back to the ICC and State
Yeah.
Electric and Solar Ready, and see if we have any final questions about that, and then we will just dive right into the CWPP.
And also just wanted to say, I wasn't planning on keeping Tim here till the
Right.
entire meeting, so if there's any questions that are building code official questions for the WRC. So I think now would be a great time if there's anything on the wildfire resiliency code, just in Tim's opinion on that. So certainly anything building code related.
Let's take advantage of Tim while he's willing to be here with us.
If you don't have one, I have one.
Yeah, go ahead.
The 1 hour fire separation on the batteries, I'm curious how you're gonna be able to do that. So the encasement of like a power wall, does that count? Or do you just literally need a wall? You know,
So if you put a power wall in, it's a 1 hour for the assembly in the garage.
1 hour.
From the garage.
Yeah.
What do you mean 1 hour? Can you explain that to me?
So the new code requires on power supplies that you have 1 hour separation from living space. Right now, the code requires it to be separated. It's not specifically delegated as a 1 hour assembly.
Got it. Okay.
So
So if you put on the opposite side of the garage from the house,
this is a hot button. And again, we're all about solutions versus problems. Think outside the box. If you have to create a 1 hour assembly for your power wall, And I've said it before and I'll say it again, I'm a big fan of the NMS and paint. That's a real quick, easy way to get your 1 hour rating without any construction.
You paint the opposite wall.
Paint all the walls in the ceiling.
Okay.
And there are UL listed assemblies that allow for NMS and paint. And that's something a homeowner could do in a weekend. The cost of the paint, that paint's expensive, there's no way around it, but it's a whole lot cheaper than building a 1 hour separation and everything that involves. So there are solutions, but yes, it's required.
Anybody else? Questions for Justin? Okay. Enjoy all the carrot shish kebabs that the state is out to us.
And it's funny you mentioned that. We were at a thing with our illustrious governor. And he made the comment that net zero is only gonna be the beginning.
It's, I find it, so confusing that, the mandate is to build more housing. And building more housing is getting exponentially more difficult and expensive.
But yeah, the challenge is going to be, the marching orders are more units and more affordable, but make it a lot more expensive to build.
Exactly.
And I'm sure you folks are a lot smarter than I, and they can figure out how to do it. I just don't know how you're gonna keep incorporating all these new requirements and make it less and less expensive to build.
All right, well, thank you so much. We really appreciate
Thank you.
it. Drive safe, appreciate it.
Aaron, you can slide down if you guys want to come up here.
Yeah.
You guys can over. Sometimes. See, no,
No, we're not gonna make you guys stand at the podium.
You're from the other side, districts. If not for it.
Thanks for, and I would like.
It's on the fire.
Now that the opinions of it.
I'd like to think that states that have already done that, you're. I've asked myself for a very long time. And it's really construction. So, you know, it's a natural. So that makes sense. I mean, it's perfect. But I think just to know.
Let's move on to the fire protection plan. Thank you so much, both of you for joining us tonight, and congratulations.
Almost done. I don't think either one of us realized it was gonna be a 2 year project when it started.
Yeah, neither did we.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the light is visible at the end of the tunnel. So.
Kind of blinking, but it's there. The real challenge has been, from the 2011 to now, is to make sure that it meets all the requirements, as defined by the state. When the 2011 was done, that wasn't necessarily the case. Okay, so not only has the code, have we been updating it, but we've had to change a number of things and add a number of things in order to meet that mandate, if you will. So the two writers of the code, the Davidoviches, have done a superb job. In particular, Marine has really done a lot of hard work in making sure that it not only is updated, but that we have that we are going to meet those state mandates. And I think that's important. The important thing about the CWPP is that it's designating areas, it's talking about specific areas, and it's telling the risk factors, and it's talking about how to address those risk factors. The resiliency code that the town is looking for talks about specifically doing certain things, right? And I think that's where the two documents, if you will, should manage each other.
Yeah.
And I think that's it. So getting our CWPP done and updated, it's going through a review process right now. We went out and hired an individual to go through and make sure it's grammatically correct. And after that is done, after that review is done, that, as the chief indicated, we're marching towards the end. And we expect to have this thing, wrapped up fairly quickly. And we wanted to make sure that we were in sync with what the town was doing as it relates to your resiliency.
Thank you. It's good to me. Do you anticipate anything in the document substantially changing or materially changing?
Yes, I have to say that there's some pretty big updates that have occurred from what it was in 2011 to what it is.
I mean, during the review process.
Oh, oh,
From the director.
oh, yeah. Not really.
I was like, what?
Yeah.
16 document.
No. I do not. Yeah, no, because, and again, I say, because we crossed a lot of Ts and dot a lot of Is up to this point in time, so we think that we've captured all the things that need to get done. We think we've got that.
Well, let's see if the board has any questions for you. I know trustee Brown and I swapped an email earlier today, but anyone have any questions?
Let me just ask one question about the table 13, regarding the town lines overall. And
68.
yeah, and I think it's also applicable to some of the other areas. So when it says like distance to other combustibles, non-vegetarian, within 5 feet.
Right.
So, you know, the biggest problem we have in town is the fencing. So clearly, most of those fences need a house.
Right.
Are you talking about that?
Yes,
Okay.
I will reflect back to the large fire that the county had and the problems with the fences that occurred. So I think that is a critical point.
So the problem I'm having in trying to sell this to people in the LVP, is I haven't come up with a reasonable alternative to those fences where they go at a 90 into the house.
Yeah.
That isn't very expensive. I got quotes for cement fence, metal fence, anything like that. It's just something that's aesthetically pleasing as the current fences are. But it sounds as if that's, it doesn't sound as if I know, that is a critically part.
Unfortunately, that's correct, and unfortunately, I'm not aware of anything that jumps right out other than separation, and of course that.
Yeah.
That's not viable. If they're putting a fence in, they have it up for a reason, right?
Yep.
So, you know, unless you go to some kind of wire setup,
Mine. White plastic and fence all around mine.
yeah.
Vinyl fences just have a slower combustion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do, and they're not as likely to take off and become a flaming arrow in a fire,
Nitrogen isn't spread anywhere near as much as.
yeah. That in the Marshall fire, there were horror stories of fences, wooden fence posts flaming through the community into houses, etc. And so, yeah, that's an issue.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
That 5 feet includes fences.
Yes, it does.
So in the plan, y'all refer to Lyons as having 842 homes. And this is what trustee Browning and I were chatting about earlier today. We think there are substantially more than
About 100 more.
and Mayor Pro Tem as well.
On the Stone Canyon, you've got 40 some that are actually set up.
How many steps?
72.
But the Stone Canyon they found in there is an area that doesn't.
But it does,
It's Stone Canyon Drive, at least Stone Canyon's subdivision is classified as something else.
oh yeah.
It's moved in with the southeast portion of town. I thought the same thing, I looked at the map and when they drew the map, the subdivision was in with the parts down.
So regardless, though, in updating that number and, y'all can figure out the best way to do that. Would updating that number affect the recommendations that you have in there, affect anything else in the plan?
Well, and again, the plan is structured so that it's in areas, right?
Yeah,
So it depends on where.
depends on which area.
it
Yeah.
does. And is that just a number that we're missing 5 here, 6 there, 2 here?
Maybe, or, also a whole bunch of ADUs that have never been officially, as you pointed out, have never been officially numbered, we walk down the alleys and see 10, 15 ADUs that might not be counted and.
So
Do you think Maureen did this based on the wiry,
I do.
right, which is probably property? They're saying that's how many houses were inspected and that they inspected all of them, and I wonder if they mean properties. They wouldn't have counted an ADU separate than a house.
I mean, there's a single family lot in my neighborhood that has 3 full-size homes on it.
And I was wondering, can we rely on the utility accounts?
So can you come up with a,
We've been trying for years.
Well, there may be a counting discrepancy when you say 842 properties. If you have a duplex or a house with a non-detached ADU in the basement, are you counting that as a property?
Right.
And I think some of our counts
Yes.
focus on living units, so you might count them as 2, and we might count them as 1, so maybe just a terminology.
Because when you say 842 homes, that to me says dwelling units.
It does. It needs to either say 842 properties with 950 whatever residential structures.
okay.
Maybe we can, like,
Yeah.
Do we know how many utility accounts we have?
you
They
know,
I don't see how many.
Some-
accounts we can-
Some people have only electric, some have water and sewer. We have a couple that only have sewer, so we have to try to aggregate to use that.
So key point would be, number one, a property, and they're figuring 1 structure per property. If there's an ADU on it, that makes a little bit of a difference. But if that ADU is in the basement,
doesn't matter then.
doesn't matter.
But if it's not, or if it's one property that has multiple homes on it,
Right.
maybe. It's
Yeah,
a sort of.
So we would have to come to some kind of resolution as it relates to, okay, a piece of property doesn't necessarily have just 1 structure on it.
Right,
Or unit, or dwell, or living unit, could have
Yeah.
multiple. So I mean, if there's a, I don't know, 4-unit apartment complex, but the bills are included, you have 4 living units in 1 property, so.
Okay,
That may be some of the difference.
rather than dragging it out. and
Yeah.
yeah,
Let me get and have Maureen or whoever get with staff,
yeah,
and we will work at how best to adjust or reflect that number, so that number does reflect an actual count, if you will.
And it might not be a change in the number, it might just be a clarified definition.
Yeah, there you go.
Here,
one thing. Across all of the tables in the town of Lyons, when it comes to risk attributes, that might actually be one of the easiest fixes for folks. Is address posting,
Yeah,
proper address posting.
that is critical, and if I could step back to our last discussion. I know that Lisa's kind of up to speed on this, but there are some seems to be some. Wouldn't call it conflict, but differences of what the address is. The best example I can give you is there is a block in downtown here that has 3 different addresses, but it's the same building. You know which one I'm talking about?
No,
Okay, Lions Automotive is addressed on
Oh.
Broadway. There's 2 businesses that are on 3rd Street, that are addressed as 3rd Street. And there's a business on Main Street that's addressed as Main Street. And so I think Barry Epler, our fire protection person, has come up with some thoughts about how to change that, but it'll take some time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's hard to change an existing business's address, right? Like it's usually kind of a multi-year effort over time as tenants kind of come and go, so you don't have to. Changing an existing address on a property is really hard.
Can I ask a question about the address signs? And I've got one reflective one pounded into the rock in front of my house, but
Green or red,
green.
Is that better than?
indifferent.
Pam like green better, I don't know. But last weekend we were going to somebody's house in Lions Valley Park.
Yeah.
And had the street address and we're looking and they're all on the sides of the houses and they're not reflective. Now, we're not talking about making everybody drive the little stakes in front of their house with the reflective green signs, right? Or the potential compliance we're talking about might it be changing the numbers on the sides of the houses to be reflective at night as opposed to like some of them are just like
You can't.
black paint or wood on wood and at night you can't see them.
And I'm not totally sure what the building code says about that, but I can tell you the fire code says it gives you a number size
Yeah.
and on a reflective background.
Supposed to be different color than the back.
Right.
Yes.
New code requires 4-inch highlighters, I think at a minimum with a certain degree of contrast, but again, this is retroactive in these cases where we're.
There's an easy retro.
That's,
Yeah, that-
Yeah, it's on our list of, we have 5 easy retros. Yeah,
it is.
that's one.
What else? Those things.
When you talk about. Moving the open space fence back, like up on even all the prospect.
Yes.
That's just the turnaround aspect of it, right?
Yes.
So you need to talk to Multnomah County open space stuff, yeah.
Yeah, E-farm is a challenge. But more so, if you know E-wall dead ends and there's a large circle at the end, right?
Not large enough.
Yeah,
But it's better than we have, because most of those homes on the west side of E-wall are not accessed from E-wall, they're accessed from the top.
Yeah.
And that is a concern.
So can you get your vehicles up into the open space to fight?
Ooh, I think that's fenced right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it's a locked fence down on Route 7. But there was a road you can get up there, we were doing it.
Yeah, we would have to make sure that we identify that as an access point, but. To come off of the road that access those garages in the back there. You can't get into the. Open space from those.
Interesting to see if the county has a Knox lock. I'd look up what that was on that gate. They should. That's one that where there's basically a key available nearby and then to go.
I would recommend that you
Right.
jump the fence if you have to. And see if that road suits your purposes. I mean, it's rather rough.
It's there.
A quarry road.
Okay, yeah, we could certainly do that.
You know, and I suppose if you came up there and there was a fire and you had to get in there, you just bust down the fence and go in. When we hope. Well, I know.
Is Aaron still on? There was a term in here and I think I figured it out. The first couple of readings, I didn't understand what it meant. And then I saw another description. I think I did. And it has to do with changes to the town's water system for isolating the water system. I first didn't understand what that was, but then I think that means basically a shut off to prevent leakage, right?
Yes.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
So if Stone Canyon had a fire, I could go turn off the valves at the base of Stone Canyon and Highway 66 and. If houses burned and water was coming out, could isolate that, or if it was over here in the confluence, could we isolate that? If houses burned down and their pipes were then exposed and water was coming out, could we stop the water from that part of town?
How much,
Which we have.
how many changes to our existing water system would we be able to do that in every section of town? There's some we can and there's some we can't.
I don't know that it's changes to the system, it's documenting it, making sure that multiple people would have access to a document that said how to do that.
Yeah, there was something about training our utility staff to do multiple things.
No, let me,
But also
What's
the
one
guys,
person?
but also the guys would have it, and they already
Okay.
have worked on it. Since I started on this a year or two ago, I have a number of places. I haven't done the whole town yet, but we're getting there.
so one challenges in the Marshall Fire was the fact that that's exactly what they did. Because all those homes that burned, almost every one of them, if not every one of them, water was just running free. And so what they did was they went and to a central location and just shut that subdivision down. Okay. Guess what else was on that line? Fire hydrants.
Yeah.
And so it became a situation where if they identified that there was a need for that fire hydrant, in other words, there were still some structures that were standing, or they needed to finish the extinguishment of the homes that were involved, they actually had to go address by address and shut the water off from the street to the resident. So that's a challenge, as you might well expect.
Does the fire department have the ability to do that? Do you have the key to get in there to turn them on?
It was up in the utilities guys, and they were doing that well to the next few weeks.
Yeah, Lisa would know better.
Yeah, Lisa.
Because that was.
There's ones that have it. If there are ones that don't have a shut off, it gets to be trouble.
Right.
If you remember the last one where Captain Bacalucci was out on Ewald on that same block and there was a leak because nobody knew and they power it shut off and then the water leaked and he had to go break into the basement and water come out and find where the meter was inside. So there are a number of homes and properties in the older part of town that do not have a shut off on them. So we've talked about making it an actual full policy. But right now on Ewald, we were able to at least ask, we found one home that didn't have one. Are you willing to pay for this? Because it's beneficial to you to be able to turn off your water outside if you have a problem. And they, well, sure, you can throw that in as part of this project, we'll pay for it.
So we just have a few minutes left here, and this is a discussion item later in our meeting tonight, but my question for you all is, what do you need from us?
Well,
Besides like 2 thumbs up and.
Can I?
you have a representative on the court team. There will be a signature page that will reflect the fact that the town has signed and in terms of approving this CWPP. So you're on the signature, the town is on it, whoever is gonna be the signature, we have specifically said, we're gonna list the town, we're not gonna put a name because you may choose whoever you want to sign that. And we'll do the same thing with the 2 counties, and we'll do the same thing with the USFS and the Colorado State Forest Service. I don't remember who else was on there, but yeah, that,
So,
other than that, just your support in terms of.
That's what I tried to put in the cover memo.
Right.
And the email is is this CWPP, this is what the State Forest Service requests of every signatory. Is the CWPP viable, complete, and realistic?
thank you.
And so
Right.
if you feel that way, then to vote and authorize the mayor to sign it the next time it comes back, if it's final.
And so you're collecting feedback now, which is wonderful, collecting feedback from the community. When do you anticipate that'll be incorporated and you'll have an extra?
Sweeper Alliance's contract.
Well, we have a drop dead date for for this review section. As soon as that's done, we'll come back together again as a core team and go through it, and whatever minor adjustments need to be made. And then we're, as the chief indicated,
I can't remember the exact termination of the contract with we
do.
hired a firm, the Ember Alliance, to do the sort of the grammatical review, the plan. I don't remember when that contract terminates, but I'd say by early summer, we're gonna have a finished.
Yeah.
Okay, but in the meantime, we can move forward with our codes, our WRC, and knowing that we're kind of in lockstep with this.
well, again, we're looking for your resiliency code and the CWPP to
Yeah.
work together, if you will.
Yeah.
And I've got a question to that. It's both for you and it's for the board as well, and frankly for the citizens of the Lions too. Page 61 of the CWPP says, The town of Lyons should adopt a wildfire resiliency code, which includes retroactive requirements to improve wildfire resistance in the home ignition zone, home construction in the first 5 feet. If we, as a board, approve this, authorize the mayor to sign it, do we as, it was kind of a rhetorical, do we as a town and as a board and the fire department, the fire district as the promulgators, does that basically commit us to do some type of retroactive requirements? It doesn't specify which ones we do, but would you read that as us committing to do that?
We should ask the attorney.
Yes, I think you're gonna get into a legal interpretation
Okay.
from your legal counsel.
All right. I'll ask our
What
attorney.
should be That's sort of the double-edged sword of retroactive
Yep.
requirements, right? We did a survey when we started this process. We did a survey with wildfire research. They sent out surveys. They were pretty annoying about it. We still only got about a 30% return, which I was told was high. It wasn't high when I was in high school, 30%. But what we found out was the same barriers that were mentioned in the survey as to why people don't mitigate their properties are some of the same things that you guys are wrestling with now when you start to think about retroactive requirements for a resiliency code. It's cost, it's time, and for some of our community, it's physical ability to do the work, right?
Exactly.
They've reached an age in their lives. I'm this close to telling my wife I no longer do yard work, right?
I tried that.
It doesn't work. I was doing leaves yesterday. So the same barriers that exist are the same reasons why I wanna support the trustees. I wanna support the town in any way that we can as the fire service professionals here. If you make the decision to enact retroactive codes, I wanna be supportive of that. Lee and I have talked, Trustee Williams and I have talked at length about some of the lower hanging fruit. Covering up your soffit vents, covering up your gutters, the signage, just being able to find and identify your property. How do we find, because some of them, we've already talked about it here, the most effective things, the fencing, the roofing, the siding. Ironically, is the most expensive thing, right? So how do we navigate that path where we're encouraging it, maybe even requiring it, but we aren't putting some undue burden on people, and that's for the,
Yeah.
the
Have you
board.
seen the list that our task force came up where we divided them into sort of low hanging fruit
Yeah.
easier and cheaper?
Yeah.
What do you think of that list? Because that was kind of a working draft and we never.
I think some of the easier things to do are certainly items that ought to be considered. You start to get into some of the intermediate and more difficult or more expensive things. Not only are you talking about the barriers for individual property owners, but now you're talking about, well, who's gonna enforce this?
That's the big part.
Right? And we talked at length. I am working on creating an opportunity for Barry Epler, our fire prevention specialist, to be a half-time employee. With none of that stuff in consideration. That's just the stuff he's doing currently. We start to talk about enforcement of retroactive requirements for all the properties in the town and then the district at large. You're talking about an FTE of 1.5 or 2 people.
Okay.
And so it becomes difficult for us to navigate from a cost standpoint.
Well, we're gonna have more conversations about this. So thank you so much for your work on this. I look forward to the next draft and really appreciate your service. So thank you.
Yeah, again, as Aaron is your representative on the court, Keith.
Yeah, the plan was not having another draft. The plan was bringing what is proposed as the final. In the first meeting in April.
Right.
Great.
Yeah, and
Are you
Not
guys
that we have to
let's
extend
take
it.
it. Start our 5 after 7.
I really appreciate this draft and if you could. I think they'll do an excellent job on it. I really do.
thank you.
And we're live.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you. I will call the March 2nd, 2026 Board of Trustees meeting to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Rogan,
Present?
Mayor Pro Tem Williams, Trustee Hamrick, Trustee Dottie,
Present.
Trustee Lowell, Trustee Browning, and Trustee Williams.
Please rise for.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm gonna read the land acknowledgement, then we'll take a reflective moment of silence and just want to acknowledge the danger that our armed forces are in at the moment. And if you are the praying type, to say a prayer for their safety and for the safety of all of the innocent people that are harmed way. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Thank you, everyone. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So.
There a second? Okay, I have a couple changes. The first change is to remove item 10.1, the HHSC update. As Case Sparks is under the weather this evening, we'll have that updated at a later time. And the second is to swap the executive sessions so that the executive session regarding 0 Stickney Street is first, and the one about regarding legal services is second. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Vote on that amendment.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll vote on the agenda as amended.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thanks very much, everybody. All right, now is the time for audience business and follow-up. So the clerk has a list. If you haven't signed the list, you'd like to speak. You can always do so after everybody on the list has spoken. So you'll have 4 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record for us. Keep your remarks, please, related to town business. And after everyone has a chance to speak, then the board will have an opportunity to respond and staff will have an opportunity to respond. Okay,
First, we have Gil Sparks, followed by Jocelyn.
thank you.
Good evening, trustees, staff. Gil Sparks, 2169 Apple Valley Road. Thank you for the opportunity. I've got 3 things I'd like to cover tonight. First, it's in Victoria's notes, but we've got Lions Fun Run this weekend. And we are on the border of whether to cover it up. We have less than 40 people signed up for it. We think we need a minimum of 50, so if you have friends, neighbors, anybody, kids, whatever, that can come out and participate this weekend, we will be making the call by midday Wednesday of whether we're gonna go forward with it or not. So, you need a poster, I've got plenty of posters. Speaking of posters, you may or may not have seen this online. But on Thursday afternoon at the farm at 6:30, our son Russell, who has been in Minnesota for a 3-day training, he was sent there by folks in Northern California that he works with on how to deal, effective dealing with ICE. And he agreed to come and make a presentation to our community Thursday evening, so if you know anybody that's interested or can come there, there is a sign up online, farm at 6:30 Thursday. Final thing, and I think, timer's not, but I got plenty of. Rachel Friend, who came to our meeting last time around, she's circulating a petition. I'm helping her to get on the ballot for the Boulder County Treasurer position. It's limited to registered Democrats of Boulder County. So if anybody, I haven't hit you up yet, and you fit that category, please see me. Thank you.
Thank you, Gil.
Thank you, Gil. Jocelyn Farrell, followed by Craig Ferguson.
Hey, Jocelyn Farrell, 140 Stone Canyon Drive. It's such a pleasure to see. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you, yeah, briefly. So I am the executive director at LEAP, and I've been on the job 5 months, and I figured I've kind of been able to sort of take a breath, and I take a moment to come in quickly and kind of give you a quick overview of what LEAP is doing. It's pretty high level, but I would love an opportunity, maybe at a workshop or at some point, to come in and really give you a deep dive into where we are currently in our programs. Some of the core focus that we're working on currently, it is prevention, intervention, and post-vention. All of this is centered around reducing loneliness, which we know is one of the strongest predictors of substance misuse and suicide. LEAP is really focused on reducing isolation and preventing substance misuse, supporting recovery, and strengthening long-term well-being for Lions and in the Boulder County area. And I just wanted to let you know that as that core part of what we are trying to do, we are updating a strategic plan coming up this year. We are in the process of starting that. And so it's really good opportunities you'll be seeing, similar to how I did a comprehensive plan a long time ago of really engaging the community. I wanted to give you some new information. We have our clinical therapist, Chris Pereiro. He is the MALPC. He's our mental health provider that is at LEAP. But we've decided to partner with Brunswick Counseling Associates out of Longmont. This is a therapy group that have got probably about 30 therapists. And in that, we can expand access in a really confidential and specialized mental health care way. LEAF is funding up to 8 therapy sessions to anyone who would like to have it within our community. So the beauty of this is we're removing the financial barrier to entry. If somebody doesn't and can't come to LEAF for whatever reasons, they can access this therapy online or directly in Longmont. So it's adding an extra layer of confidentiality in our small community. And it's encourages the early help seeking rather than crisis response. The lovely part about this is the scope of care is including individuals, couples, families, children, preteens, LGBTQ+, affirming therapy, trauma, grief, midlife senior transitions, and more. So the plethora of what we can give to our community, I really feel that is an opportunity out of need and sensitivity. In addition, we are in the process of working to hire a community programs client service manager. This is going to expand our basic needs. It's really meant to do a whole wraparound of service and support for anyone that comes into LEAF. It's going to ensure consistent follow-up and follow through. It's not a one-time touch. So we've got our community-based programs that are taking place right now, similar to what we had last year. They're really robust. I want to be quick and I want to talk about a lovely new hire that we just included, bringing on Grace Simonson as our operations and volunteer coordinator. Today was her first day and she's focused on volunteer engagement and streamlining systems within LEAF that are going to enhance the food pantry and really working with our volunteers. And I have poster I'm gonna pass around, kind of Becky have coming out.
Thank you so much, Justin.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
The next, Mr. Craig Ferguson.
Craig Ferguson, 19680 North St. Vrain Drive. I checked with Lisa to make sure this is the right time to bring this up. With regards to a zoning matter later, on healing centers, I wanted to ask you guys to include commercial entertainment zoning within that as a possible place. And I brought that up and we said, well, then people weren't expecting you to want a bunch of hippies on mushrooms out at the festivals. And that's not really the thing, you know, my house is zoned only for family. I can only single family, I can't do anything else there. I'd love to make that a healing center to rezone it down the road, which we can only do if the ordinance allows it. I personally can speak to the benefit of healing centers. So it's really not for a bunch of hippies having fun on the festival grounds, but it's more for mourning fathers and stuff like that. So we'd like the commercial entertainment to be included in that. I will also say that while I'm here, I have one more point is that I think the best thing that the town could do to make the circus half as big as it is have 4-year terms. Really, and only do 3 of these a year, you know. It's hard on Victoria, continuity, like, oh, who's my boss this month? Hard for projects. I don't know if you can do that, but thank you for thinking about that.
Thank you.
All right.
Since I have. All right, trustee Williams.
Thank you as always, Gil, Jocelyn, and Greg. Not sure quite how to approach this, especially since Craig's left, but I feel that I should say it out loud. Tomorrow is his son's birthday. So, when he talks about the difficulty of a mourning father or a mourning community, he knows what he's talking about, and he's feeling it out there in the parking lot, I guarantee you, and we are too.
Thank you. Trustee Brennan.
Thank you, each of you, Gil. I'm not gonna be able to run this year. A couple of reasons, but appreciate your efforts in trying to put that together. And Jocelyn, I want to congratulate you on all the good work you're doing. I hear about it all the time. And yeah. But we'll deal with Craig's, you know, when we get there, but I don't see any reason we shouldn't do that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you as always, Gil. And that's like amazing, Beth. The average person only does 8 weeks of therapy. We actually haven't started in 8 weeks, but that's fine. If you're dealing with cognitive behavioral stuff, 8 weeks is fine. For the most part, good organization that you're working. So yeah, that's good news.
Trustee Hall.
Yeah, thanks for the information on Leaf, Jocelyn. I assume Grace is going to be energizing the Lions volunteers, which are not part of you, because when we were looking at and considering retroactive fire mitigation, the point was made because a lot of people in town who can't do on a physical day. So we would naturally look to some of the Lions volunteers to see if they would pick in, as we could call them the Lions Fire Brigade. Thank you.
Gail, I would much rather volunteer than run. You can always count on me for assessment, right? Jocelyn, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Williams. I'm thrilled to hear that you're partnering with Prepnet Counseling. I've been a client myself. My children have been clients there. I have worked with several therapists there. And there's a huge difference between getting an appointment there and waiting 2 months to see somebody at mental health partners. And that was the issue when I was on the board of directors at Leaf. It was an ongoing issue. So thank you for cutting straight to the chase, because some people need help right away. They can't wait 2 months. So I love how you're talking about the prevention and the intervention. And then natural medicine, I mean, we're gonna talk about that for sure. I felt that. Yeah. The mourning father. I mean, I imagine many members in our community can benefit from something like this. So I think it's something that we should discuss and it's entertaining.
And Gil, thank you very much. I will not be running because I do not run.
Welcome to walk.
And thank you for information about Thursday's event. I was gonna talk about this later during trustee reports, but I'll talk about it now. District Attorney Doherty has confirmed that he will also be doing a Know Your Rights, his official Know Your Rights training here in Lyons on April 4th at 1:30. So there'll be more information on that forthcoming as well, and I think those will be two really good overlapping events. And then Jocelyn, what an amazing job you're doing. Thank you so much for stepping into this role. I am so thrilled to hear that children's therapy is available now. I know a dear friend of mine, her grandkids really were in need a few years ago and it was nowhere to be found. And so that's so important to the youth in our town. So thank you so much. And yeah, we'll talk about the natural medicine zoning later, and I think thank you for reminding us about Griff. It's good to hold that family in our hearts. And your larger fire family too. Staff response?
I don't really believe I have anything there, but thanks to everyone who participated.
And look, Jocelyn's out.
Yeah.
She learned long ago.
Yeah, no, I think I did.
Okay, great. And then we'll move on to staff reports. Boulder County Sheriff's Office, good evening.
I just have a few things. So with the warmer temperatures we've had, the parks have been picking up, people are out fishing, having a good time. So contacting folks and encouraging them to have fun, but stay within the legal parameters. Jeanette Keown is the backside day shift deputy assigned to town. And she was out on some surgery leave, but she's returning tomorrow, so you'll see her around town. She'll do Wednesday through Saturday. So she'll be awesome. She loves traffic enforcement and contacting, just great.
What's her last name?
Keown, Keown. So she'll be your second half day shift. And then lastly, I know we talked about graffiti briefly the last meeting. Unfortunately, we had some more graffiti last week. So I've been spending a lot of time on that last week and today. I've got all the case reports for the last 3 years pulled, and I'm gonna start digging and seeing if there's any trends or anything, but really it's very random. And there's several locations, which was making it tricky, but the town had some good surveillance footage. We followed up on a couple leads. Unfortunately, the photos aren't good enough for me to make an identification, but I've got some other tricks up my sleeve on them. So, working on it. That's about it for me.
And I did distribute your report.
Okay, thank you.
So I handed out a few of those at the table and also sent them to
Let's see. Any questions for Sergeant Kent?
Yep, I have two questions. One, I noticed there's difference of 30 calls between January and February.
Okay.
Can you tell me why you think that is?
Well, I noticed specifically the traffic stops were down quite a bit, and that could be any number of things. It could be call load in the other parts of the county that was drawing deputies away. It could be that, certain individuals who like to work with traffic enforcement weren't working it. So I don't know. I actually sent an email about that today to the group because I noticed that as well.
And my second question, I know that the Student Advisory Commission is going to be meeting to discuss a workshop to present on graffiti, like solutions for graffiti to the board. Are you going to be able to attend that workshop? Have we talked about an update? Because I don't know that they had this update, but
no, because it just happened since they met, but they've already met with.
The end of January, yeah, I think I was
Already
on
met
that
with
surgery
the
there.
right.
And so now they want to formulate
Yeah.
some ideas that would suggest to the group.
Yeah, so maybe, I don't know, I think if you could maybe send me an update, for example, then at least I could share that with the Student Advisory Commission before their workshop.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. Okay, administrators report, please.
Thank you. In my report, as you all know, but we want to let the public know, there will be a candidates forum this Wednesday, March 4th at 6:30 at the library. We are trying to make arrangements to be able to live stream or tape and show that. We actually looked at last year's number and more people looked at it online than they did in person, so we think it's worth doing that.
Yes.
So we're trying to figure that out again. I was really happy to hear that our Highway 36 speed study results are in the queue to have their final sign off. Justin Knowles want to be sure to tell you this is draft information until it gets signed off on. But it does appear that our speed limit from the junction of 3666 up to actually Lions building will all be going down about 5 miles an hour, both directions. So we did have a result from that speed study, even though it took a bit. And then there was some discussion from the folks that are looking at developing on 66 when we want to put in a request for that, but that should not occur until other development has occurred, because they'll base it on the current speed. So I encourage them not to pursue that quite yet. But they said that once this gets signed off by headquarters, they'll put it in order to reduce, and it should be hopefully before Memorial Day. So that would be great.
Right.
Yeah.
And who, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'll hold the question.
Okay. I put a little update on the sales tax research that Director Icestone has started on the vendors at the event venues. The preliminary news does not look very promising, but we're hoping there's other explanations. The vendors have given us a list of 14 primary vendors they use between all of the different events at venues. Going through just the names that we know them by or are listed on a business license, she was only able to find 3 of those vendors. She then went through all 2,100 line items of the businesses that report sales tax every month to see if any of the rest looked like they could be culinary, hospitality, those kinds of things. She found 2 more. And then she ran a search of the addresses we have for them. And so as of this time, we've only been able to identify 5 of them of the 14 easily. So she did call our contact at Department of Revenue, asked for them to work with her to try to locate the others or find out if they are licensed through Longmont or Boulder, and our taxes are going to where their home base is. Because we did find that with a couple of businesses that are located in town, that, as you guys know, some of our businesses have Longmont addresses. And we found out their sales tax was going to Longmont. So there is still work to be done, of course, as we all know. But we want to give them a little time to see what they can find out. Hopefully people are paying sales tax and it's just spending. So, the revolving loan fund, I gave you an update on that. We currently, we have 2 loans paid in full, and so we just have 1 new that was processed. Wildfire rebate, we do want some clarification from the Board of Trustees. As you know, we have 50,000 budgeted for wildfire mitigation efforts in Lyons in 2026. And of that, 40,000 is designated for strategic fuels management. We just want to confirm that the board is intending that the remaining 10,000 will be used as local rebate now that we know the county is going to be offering their same program. We just want a nod if that is still the intent. And do we still want to also require a wildfire assessment being part of that? Now that we know Boulder was going to kick theirs off the image.
Can you remind us how much we spent last year on the rebates?
On rebates, oh gosh, I think it was, we had leftover. I think we spent a little over 6,000 maybe. It was not the full amount.
And did we set aside 8?
No, if it was $1.
No.
I think we went to 10.
Yeah, it was more than that.
We increased it to 10 at the end of the year.
How many properties did that translate into that 10? I think it was about.
Could you? Thank you. She's gonna pull it up because, yeah, that was in a previous report.
Not everybody got the max.
Right, because it wasn't, it's not 500 each, so.
We had, sorry,
there she
this
is.
is Director Easton. Hi. Last year we had set aside $5,000 dollars for the rebates. We used almost all of it. We were just a couple hundred short. Because I think one person hadn't done quite enough to get the full amount, if I remember correctly. So it was only 5,000 though last year.
So we increased it to 10,000 this year.
Well, we didn't specifically say, actually, we
Well,
increased the
was it-
wildfire mitigation budget by 10,000, I believe it was. So we have the match of 40,000 for Boulder
Mitigation.
County's grant. And then, so that just leaves us with 10,000. So I think it's up to the board.
Yep. Do you want to allocate that remainder toward the rebate program or only 5,000 of it or whatever, another number?
I think we do the full 10.
Lee?
I think we should save some aside for other wildfire needs. I would stick with 5, and if we decide to allocate more later, we could do that, but that would give us a little money to help people with retrofit if we decide that's an opportunity, or with whatever else.
That was my question, whether the uses of the strategic fuel management grant program could do things like helping people with retrofitting, juniper removal, whatever. Is it broad enough to cover
Oh,
that?
is it broad enough to do that? I believe it's broad enough to do that, but we have not. This was all meant on public property in the previous years. We've used it on
So the
public.
strategic fuels mitigation grant program
Mhm.
isn't available to like help private property owners who might not go through Boulder County Law. If somebody says, an example, if we do a juniper removal program and we'll split the cost with you, and the town pays 200 and you pay 200 or whatever it is, is that grant broad enough to cover things like that, or providing 1/8 mesh for their events or whatever we decide we want to do?
It's just.
So that's the question.
Director Mitchell texts me, she wants to know, would the board be okay if residents can reapply if they got a,
That's the second half.
That's the
yeah.
second, it's in there.
okay, oh, okay.
Grant submission, we submitted actually what's shown in the BWPP for the 5 properties in town as what we were gonna try to mitigate with that money, because that's what the grant submission is.
So it's related to town's property.
Yeah.
Then I agree, we should cap it at 5,000 for now, because we might want to use that additional money for something else.
I like the 5.
So the 5 properties, Aaron, that is pinpointing in here, did that include the meeting prospect, which we already done?
No. And again, that was just the beginning, that this is a 3-year grant, and this was what we thought we could start with, so there's probably potentially more property.
We have $40,000 worth of projects to do, all lined up, fuel reduction projects.
We're hoping to have $80,000, 40 of us and 40 of the county.
Well, yeah, that's what I was having a disconnect on.
Yeah.
Didn't we get that grant?
You did.
But we still have to spend our 40 to get there 40.
And when does that kick in? When do we get there? 40, when we would spend it out 40? 6 months.
I don't know if you can do reimbursements. Usually it would be submitting for what we've half and half. If we hire to do something for one project in one area,
They come.
then they can submit it. That included both getting the goats and Director Cosgrove is working now to get things lined up for the project for this year. The different properties, the goats, and then more forest mitigation of trees.
The question before us is, do you agree with,
No, I'm coming over to Lee's way of thinking. I think if we did 5 and then hold 5 in abeyance, so that if it turns out the need is greater, we can always call on that. And the other thing we haven't done yet, we need to have a serious discussion, not this board, probably the next one, is what kind of retroactive things are we going to do? And are we going to continue to request wildfire partners? I think we're smart enough now, having gone with wildfire partners for 2 years, and we could probably make the judgment on ourselves whether their mitigation was going to.
we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Shannon?
I like the flexibility of the half and half.
Yeah. I do too. So we'll keep 5 and put 5 aside. And then, the next question is, should this be limited to new applications only? I say no. I mean, fire mitigation is fire mitigation.
But if someone received 5 this year, you're okay with if they do it right away first of the year versus.
Are you asking if they do new things?
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
what she's asking. Yes.
okay, yeah, it wouldn't be if they got the maximum 500 last year and then they spent 700 extra, they were still getting paid for last year. It'd be new stuff they
New
did, yeah.
activity.
Oh, yeah, then I think, sure.
Jamie?
Good.
Okay. Good answer.
My reflex might have been the opposite, but I think that's a perfectly reasonable answer. Yes.
Okay. And then, as to requiring wildfire partners certification. I see your point that yes, we are smart enough. However, we don't have enough staff. To be able to go and inspect, and I think being able to rely on wildfire partners and their, it's in their wheelhouse. I think that's the best way to go.
But just because Wildfire Partners does an assessment, doesn't necessarily mean that the work is going to be done.
Right.
The only thing they require is, if I'm gonna replace my fence, I just take a picture of the new fence. They don't ask me to show them the deck underneath is clean, or that I've got 1/8 inch fence, screening over my beds. So that's the issue.
Well, this gets into the question of how will we partner with the fire district to do.
Right.
Enforcement.
Yeah.
But they require you to submit documentation that you spent money on the fence, it's not
If
just
you
sending a
can get a
picture.
rebate from them.
Right,
Yeah.
that's what we're talking about.
And that's, yeah, so if people get a rebate from wildfire partners, they have proved that they have done the work. And thus, that's when they can get the rebate from the town.
Can you just remind the public whether the Wildfire Partners assessment is free?
It's free.
It is free. My husband just learned this today and was very excited about this free service out there. So I think we probably need to do another round of communications around that.
Yeah, we'll do another round of that.
And I'll put it in front of him.
So Trustee Williams, are you okay with the wildfire partner certification?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. I did mention in my report that we do have the final TIF, tax increment financing agreement with 402 Main Sign, so that is now in effect. The annual report for 2025 is done and has been a few hard copies printed, and then it is also online. Both the comprehensive version and the more flip book version. And today Kim was notified the flip book has had over 100 views today, so.
Oh, great.
That's good. We did hear some feedback from businesses about the community development website not being very intuitive. And so Director Richie has already updated that, as well as putting out there what are the current developments that we have approved applications for, and will be pending public processes most likely. So I just want you to be aware of that too, if you hear that from constituents, to know that that is up and running. Always needs fine tuned and updated, but it's significantly more user friendly than it was, we believe. There's also a list of upcoming activities to get prepared for and involved with. And then last but certainly not least, we have been notified by Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper's office that applications are open for their congressionally directed spending. They're due at the end of March 27th, I believe. And so staff is more than happy to apply for that if you would like us to, but we need direction on which of our many, many projects you would like us to submit. Also, I did talk with Lisa Kaufman, who said we should be hearing from Congressman Negus's office as well. So we just made a list of projects, because if you open the CDS funded projects, they're by category. Some are transportation, some are infrastructure, some are parks, some are civic buildings. There's a whole variety, and I think they like to divvy up their earmarks to to make a rounded application. So I listed things from several different areas, not that any of these are more important or less important, just all needs. So unless I hear from one of the legislators that they're looking for a specific area, if I do hear that, I'd like to be able to apply whatever they're asking for. But if not, is there a certain project or amount that you guys would like us to request?
Well, I think we're both gonna say the same thing.
No, I had a question, which was, among these things you listed here,
Mhm.
as far as we know, unless they say they're looking,
For specific.
is there, if in these categories, there's a better chance of funding regardless of the amount? Do we know that?
Yeah, well, it depends on each person has different categories, but you did hear.
So what,
From-
my understanding is that given the current federal administration projects that can arguably improve economic development will get priority approval. And I think the wastewater treatment plant upgrades can fall into that category. I think we can make that argument successfully.
Yeah, that's the one I was looking for.
If I just had to pick among these two, among which is the most important, that's what I did.
For sure.
And I believe, and we talked about this earlier, it's possible to say, hey, we want $5.5 million for the wastewater treatment plant. And if you can't quite manage that amount, we can parcel it out.
Any donation is gratefully accepted.
Yeah.
So
Yet we have $2 million.
if you want to pass that down, they're the same.
Which, by the way, that was gonna be a question I had, is, I don't know if Cassie's still on. Could she give us an update on the projected year-end available balance for the water wastewater fund? That includes the, Salo, Apple Valley Water Treatment Plant and anything else that's happened since we did the budget.
Yeah, I don't have it available now, but I can make it available for the next meeting, absolutely.
Yeah, what that little chart I was handing you now, Justin, because I asked Justin, is there a way to break down the 5.5 million? Senator Bennett's office said, boy, we only do one $5 million project a year. We do 2 or 3 in the 3 million, 2 or 3 in the 2 million, and then everything else is less. So
they can pick and choose, is what you're saying.
well, and these are numbers from when JVA last did it. But I just wanted you to see kind of a breakdown of what the cost of some of those different components are if we decided one of those met economic development more than others. But it does sound like everyone would like some form of wastewater upgrades.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think the fact that we have been asking for this for multiple years now should also weigh on their decision.
If you had to pick one that had a bigger economic impact, I would pick replace odor control system because it's close to downtown, it's close to our main trails that are a big source of, recreational attraction and everything. And also it's easily understandable to somebody. People aren't gonna walk the Lions Valley Park Trail if it's, and it does affect downtown.
We can invite the senator to come and take.
Yes.
The other one that's sort of directly related would be the Eastern Corridor infrastructure. That is where we are anticipating our growth in commercial to be, and both of the current developers are saying, the costs are
Can we
extraordinary.
apply for more than one?
We can apply, Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Bennett just have a joint application. Congressman Nagus probably has a separate, so we can apply for different things to different people.
But we can't apply for more than one.
Within their category.
Yeah.
We can talk to staff, and that's why I said we'll talk to their staff and say, are you looking for a project? And
We could say we would prefer wastewater treatment, but we would settle for.
Well, and you see that.
What exactly is the Eastern Corridor infrastructure you're talking about then?
It's bringing utilities out to the site primarily and getting, utilities, the extensions as well.
Got water and wastewater out there already.
it's connecting,
And we got an EDI grant for that, based on having development that's currently not there yet. I'd be careful with that one.
okay,
Hmm.
okay, all right.
I didn't.
Yeah, we have water and sewer lines there because we've got another $2 million grant to extend the sewer line. And I know there are connection costs and pressure reduction valve costs and that sort of thing, but
Getting it to cross under the highway,
That's the big.
that's the big
Big
one.
ticket, I really said.
Last year's dollars.
Last year's dollar.
yeah. I
Plus
think
some
that
roadway
one's-
improvements,
Roadway.
which things, there's, I mean, as you know, there's a lot of.
Yeah, we have,
stuff out
there's the whole Highland, there's the
I
intersection.
think that one would be tricky because there's nothing specifically proposed out there yet. There's been any DUD without any, it'd be hard to say, what are you gonna do with it?
Well,
Well, we have a piece of property.
That's why
that
they can't do it.
It may build someday. I know.
It's a chick-
It is, it is.
So what kind of parameters do you give me if someone says, no, we are looking for transportation? Are you okay with me choosing one of these? Or if someone is, like wants really focus on EV or.
Solar EV at Bone Park, we've kind of. That's kind of.
That would have to do with replacing this brown building so that it could be, because this is falling apart,
No, solar EV at
Yeah.
storage at Bone Park.
storage facility. It's to replace this brown building with one out at Bone Park and doing it in a up-to-date solar EV. As you know, we're gonna have all this EV
So
equipment.
it would be
We have
just nowhere
nowhere
equipment.
to. It's not set up to charge all of that.
The storm drainage, second and third area.
Yep.
That's not the big one, is it?
That's,
No, but that, since it literally flows under downtown, under the two main downtown
That's a good
business
idea.
blocks, that's a pretty clear economic development thing. And remember that if we proceed down the path we're going now, that would eat up most of the remaining balance of the stormwater fund. So if this could replenish it, we could use that for other things.
Yeah, do that means use the money for the big one.
how about, since we have one more meeting before this is due? Knowing those seem to be the most important to the majority of the board, we reach out to staff here in this week and see if there's anything more specific. And if not, we'll plan to submit this.
That sounds good.
Either components or the whole thing if they want that. Okay. Other than that, in my report, there are lots of attachments, so unless you have questions on anything, that's all I have for tonight.
Any questions?
I'll ask that. Just one comment about the sales tax identifying these. I know that was a lot of work for Cassie to go through that, but having done this at the state level, if one has the sales tax ID numbers of the vendors that you're looking for, that search that you spent so much time on can be done at the state level on their with their computer access in probably 30 minutes.
Sure.
At most.
Sure.
And I'll just state that this has been discussed on with some of the venue owners. It's been made clear what the importance of having those sales tax ID numbers is, but we have experienced some reluctance on, not everybody, but some of them to ask their vendors to provide the sales tax. They regard that as being part of the enforcement process and they're not enforcers. So that's the key. That is a key thing here and something we can work on. And maybe the state can end up supplying those because they have broader search capacity than we do when Cassie does locally. But that's the key to this whole puzzle. And there's several ways to do that. And right now we're exploring the voluntary way to do it. And that's hope that works.
One voluntary way to do it is for us to just call the 14. Is there something preventing us from just calling these 14 vendors, asking if they have an ID number, if they want to give us their DBA so that we can match it against other government records?
You can't force them to do it.
But we could ask. If they say no, we move on to the next phone number. Then we turn it over to the state to ask the same question.
It sounds like maybe this needs to be an agenda item to discuss how to move forward.
Well, I think we were planning it once we heard back from the state.
Okay.
Once we know if the problem is it's going to the wrong place or they're not submitting.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. But no, I
Trustee
I wouldn't be opposed.
And I would also say that, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
All right, I just wanted to be reminded of how much is in the revolving loan fund.
Oh, the latest number, if two of them were just recently paid off, my guess is there's close to 100,000.
I just wanted to commend Planner Ritchie on adding the community development content to the website. I thought it read very clearly from what I saw today.
Yeah, open to feedback.
Well done.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
One more point on the last thing, in that it would be bad news in a sense if we found out that only 5 of 14 of the major vendors had been paying sales tax in Lions. But the other side of that coin is there's big revenue potential there if we get the other 9 to start paying. So that's why in fact we started looking.
Yes, it is.
Silver lining.
Yep.
All right, great. Thank you. Legal update, please.
Thank you so much. It's that time of year where there's all sorts of legislative action happening. From all directions, including receiving, during this meeting, emails on stuff. But there's a couple that I know there's been interest on. I want to highlight. The first being HB 261007. And this concerns new distributed energy resources technologies. So there's really two things this looking at mandating be allowed, both at an investor-owned utility like Excel, municipal utility like Lions, cooperative as well, mandating all those utilities allow for these two different technologies. One is a plug-in solar, so basically a solar panel that you plug into an outlet, standard outlet. And the other, which is the more problematic one from our perspective, is a meter collar that the customer would install. This is a device that goes around electrical meter. It allows for easier interconnection. If you were to put in solar, for example, in your roof, rather than redoing your entire electrical system, you can plug it in the meter collar, which then interconnects with the meter. I've been working on this issue with ARPA and CAMU. ARPA is the Arkansas River Power Authority. They're a generation transmission company. CAMU, obviously, Association of Utilities. The biggest concern that I've heard mostly is the meter collar, what sort of standards that are up to. I know at the ARPA meeting I was at last week, they said that some of the earlier versions of this technology didn't have proper fusing in it, which could lead to things like fire risk, where the electrical system stays on, if there would be a fault, which would be in danger to anyone who's working on that system. So those are kind of the biggest issue. There's also an issue with potentially for some utilities about production meters. It would ban the use of production meters for solar, essentially, which would be a problem for the way a lot of utilities do their billing. Apparently, it's not for us, not a problem, but it would be for other municipal utilities. The intel on this is that it's going to pass in some form or another, and so really right now the effort has been to modify it, make sure we have control as a utility over the standards that these things are, making sure we're not installing anything into the system, but things that are up to technical specifications. This bill has been passed more or less in Utah, which is one of the reasons why it's probably going to pass here. So if it's being done in Utah, they can be likely be done here. So I know there's a fire concern with that, and so that's one of the reasons I want to bring that bill up. Aaron, do you have anything to add on that?
No, I think that covers it.
So that's one of the ones that we're working on to try to amend. There is one really good bill. Yay, not often I got to say that. Actually a couple of good bills, but this one is really good. It's modifications of the Cora, which is always a problem for us. And this would extend out the days we have to respond, among other things. So going from 3 to 5 and 7 to 10, which would be helpful for many different requests. It allows us for people that are purely seeking information for financial reasons. So a lot we get Cora requests all the time for people who want addresses of people, or they want utility data and all sorts of stuff. A lot of times we can't give them that information. They're looking to sell that data to somebody else. They're using the Cora process to do that, more or less. This would allow us to, charge them more for that and to take more time to respond. And all sorts of other kind of good updates. And so very big support for SB 25077. Along those same lines, there's a couple of different publication bills that are generally we're in favor of. HB 26295, SB 26061. These are both about legal notices in newspapers. And so, certain things that we are required to post in a newspaper, that must be a physical newspaper. That can be really difficult for Lions. It's even more difficult for people like the Eastern Plains where there is nothing. And so it's really is a big problem if you have an infrequent newspaper or your only newspaper is the Denver Post. And so this will eliminate the requirement to actually go into a newspaper. It just go on the newspaper's website. Which would be extremely useful for a lot of different communities and most people on a timing perspective. So a lot of communities, their newspaper only prints, once every 2 weeks or once a week, which really makes it difficult to schedule public hearings. So that's a good one. The last one I wanted to talk about, because there's been an uptick in interest on telecommunications stuff, in Lions and our ability to regulate wireless facilities, is a federal bill, HR 2289, which is the Broadband Deployment Act. And I like to call this bill the Parade of Horribles Act, because it basically would strip away any ability for local governments to regulate anything involving broadband, including wireless facilities. It did make it out of committee in the House, so it's on the floor of the House now. So we've been working closely with our partners, and Representative Goose's office, and NATOA, which is kind of the national organization of communities on telecommunications issues. And they're pretty confident that it won't pass in the Senate. And so that has kept the House from passing it at this point. And so Negus's office has been kind of running intel on that for us. But I know this has been a hot issue with some people online recently, so I wanted to bring that up. This is another thing we're watching.
Thank you. Any questions for Brandon? Things are hot and heavy down at the Capitol.
Yeah.
As is usual. Have you heard anything about the noise bill, the regulated noise bill?
I haven't. That's actually a good question. And so I'll try to reach out to see now and see where that.
Yeah, their attorney asked if I would consider testifying. Right, so it should be going into committee, I think, he said like 15 or 16.
Okay,
So
Robert, actually,
we obviously have an update.
I thought there was something on the 8th that I saw on the site when I read that bill. Mountain check on it.
Yeah, well, I was swapping emails with Bev today, so we're on it.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, I'll just interact with Robert, see those attorney, see what's going on there.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice to see you here in person.
And thank you, likewise.
Okay, then we'll move on to ordinances and public hearings tonight. Our first is the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1210 and the ordinance of the Town of Lions, Colorado, adopting the state of Colorado wildfire resiliency code.
Shake the wrong screen, 1 minute, please. Good evening, Mayor and Trustees. Tonight we're here for the second reading and public hearing for adoption of the Wildfire Resiliency Code, Ordinance 1210. Again, the rationale for adopting the code, as we all know, wildfire risk continues to increase and affect our communities. Again, in 2023, state legislature established the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board, which was charged with writing essentially a wildland urban interface that was appropriate for the state of Colorado. And so previously in Lions, as you know, we had a wildfire mitigation committee that was monitoring this work and is recommending retroactive requirements. As you all know, we're not, those are not included in the code at this time, but happy to chat more about that as we go through the conversation. So again, what is the Wildfire Resiliency Code? Comprehensive set of codes to establish life safety, property protection in the WUI. The map and the fire intensity is based on numerous factors, including vegetative fuels, topography, weather patterns, fire behavior modeling. The ordinance is drafted so that it will go into effect on July 1st, 2026, which is required by the state. We have to be in compliance on that date. And again, it's a tiered approach depending on, oh, my arrow is now in the wrong place because I added a bullet. Anyway, ignore that arrow. For better or for worse, the code is fairly more straightforward in our community than it is for others. And the fact that our entire community is mapped into the class 2 moderate intensity risk. I know other communities that are trying to figure out how to interpret the state map are struggling. We have, I think, been able to check that box much more easily. So just for reference, if we need to come back to it, you can see the entirety of Lions as well as the majority of our community or our surrounding areas, class 2. We don't need to go through all of this unless you all have questions, but there's kind of different components to the code. The first one is structure hardening. Again, because we are in that moderate intensity risk, every portion of the code applies to the entire town of Lyons. So again, structure hardening, certain components, we're gonna talk about when these apply later on, so we can come back here if we need. Second component of the code are the site area requirements or site management. Those are broken up into kind of 3 different categories. First, 0 to 5 feet, that applies anywhere the code applies. And again, because we're class 2, we also have the 5 to 30 feet zone, and then finally the 30 to 100 feet zone. With the multiple objectives. And again, I'm not gonna read all these, I know we're familiar, but if we need to, we can come back. Finally, site management, we have some additional components around site signage, retaining walls, fencing. Here's kind of a big point to the code. We want to make sure it's really clear. This only applies to existing structures when additions increase the footprint of a structure by 500 square feet or more. If you replace your roof more than 25%, 25% or more, then you'll need to bring your roof into code. Again, exterior walls that are replaced, then you need to do the 5-foot zone as well. Also, existing structures, if you are replacing a fence, you will have to bring your fence up to code, provided it's within 8 feet of your structure. So that's going to be, I think, frankly, our biggest impact on existing residents. Roofs, folks replace their roofs from time to time, siding less so. But fencing, I think, is going to be kind of a wholesale change for our community. Again, we don't need to pause here, but there are a lot of circumstances when this code does not apply. Routine maintenance, non-habitable structures far away from homes, small repairs, things like that. And finally, I want to note in your packet was included a draft agreement with the Lyons Fire Protection District. So staff and Lyons Fire have worked together. If the board agrees, we will bring this forward for a later resolution for you. But essentially, it would require the town building department, planning department to implement all requirements of the code at the time of building permit. So that would include ensuring that the site area requirements are in place prior to issuing a certificate of occupancy or whatever the final certification is. Town will require or keep the ongoing building compliance. So if we happen to catch building code violations, that's on us. But the ongoing verification that the homeowner is maintaining their site area code or site and area requirements will be on Lyons Fire. And so staff supports this concept of an agreement, and Lyons Fire does as well. Their attorneys reviewed it, our attorneys reviewed it. So it also has some joint reporting and data sharing and things embedded in there. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you all might have about the code or the agreement. Questions for staff?
The effective date of this locally will be when?
July 1st will be in effect.
Would it be possible to send e-blast, I guess is the best way to do it? Everybody on the e-blast list that carefully lists the things that will trigger requirement. If you're gonna replace your fence after July 1st, you're gonna have to follow this. And same thing, if you're planning a greater than 500 square foot addition to your house, you're gonna vote. And tell them, basically let them know if they wait until after July 1st. And I'm not suggesting anybody try to beat the code, but I think it's fair to tell our citizens, here's what will happen if you plan on doing any of these things after July 1st. Just let them know, give them as much warning as we can.
Agreed, that's the plan.
Okay.
Trustee Lowell?
You're just, Trustee Brian, you're just talking about a blanket statement to the entire populace of Lyons.
E-blast saying these things after July 1st will trigger obligation in this code. You know, it's done.
You don't. Taking.
For retroactive or?
No, for new construction that needs the.
We have not been doing, you mean communicating the code or, I'm sorry?
Right, your company came in with a permit.
Yeah.
Today. Or yes, tomorrow, you inform them that, if you don't do this.
We are letting folks know if folks are like inquiring, hey, I'm thinking about a project, right? Things like that. To the degree we're having conversations.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Are any other trustees have questions about the code?
Just the communication of it.
Yeah.
The old advertising adage, it takes 6 to stick.
Yeah.
We're gonna have the same thing with the building code shift as well. And it just over and over and over. So if people say, well, gee, I didn't know, we've actually have an abundant record Of the number of times we tried to inform them.
We will do our best and it will work with, Kim.
Okay, we're still on questions? Yes.
If we're interested in linking retrofit with this code, does staff have a recommendation for what the delay could or should be between implementation of this code and consideration presumably by the next board of retrofit set?
That's a great question, and I think my answer to that would probably depend on which areas of retrofit you're considering, right? And then I would have to think about resources required to implement. Do we want to stand up a volunteer, program at the same time? Do we want to pair it with a targeted rebate? So I think what I'm kind of hearing out there is that communities that have already adopted this, there's just a learning curve with everyone on how this code functionally works. So I would think, within a year, I think the general public and the contracting community will start getting their arms around this. The building officials will get consistent, hopefully, on their interpretations of the materials and which materials and where you can source them. But I think the specifics of retrofit, I would love to have the conversation sometime in the next year, but I think the specifics will depend on.
No, it's not that, I'm to do that, but I'd love to hear your 5 low-hanging fruit things.
Well, then we can add that as another agenda item if this group wants to just talk about the easy bits.
I don't think we could act out fast enough.
I would like us to get that conversation started.
Yes, I agree.
May or may not be possible to finish it, but I would like to get it started.
I mean, if it's simple things like address numbers and.
Yeah, we should we'll start that conversation. Any other questions? Then I will open the public hearing.
This just first, no, second.
Yes, second. Would anybody like to testify for ordinance 1210? Then I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance 12-2 and ordinance of town of Lyon that will not be adopting the draft by using agency.
There a second? We have a motion and a second. Before we start discussion, I want to inform the board of a bill that has not been yet introduced, but will be sponsored by Rec Flannel that would extend the timeline for adoption and implementation of the WRC. And I'm just going to read what this says, just so everybody has the information and we all said that in our conversations. This bill would extend the timeline for adoption and implementation of the Wildfire Resiliency Code to give municipalities more time to review, adopt, and implement the code within their jurisdictions. The bill changes the requirement for governing bodies to adopt the code to honor before April 1, 2027 from April 1, 2026. So the fact that it's March 1st, but implementation and enforcement requirements are 3 months after adoption. It requires the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board to review the code before July 1st, 2026, and then as often as the board deems necessary, but not less than every 3 years. Additionally, it would allow a person with interest in property within a WUI area to petition modifications to the code and requires the department to include information as part of the SMART Act hearings. And I'll say I don't know what the SMART Act hearings are, but I would imagine that Attorney Dittman might or might. So this bill has not yet been introduced. It's anticipated that it'll be introduced. It's anticipated that after introduced, it'll be supported. So I know we want to get this done, but I just wanted the board and the public to know that there may be an opportunity to wait. If that's what it's going to. Yes.
The SMART Act is the State Measurement for Accountable, Responsive, and Transparent Government Act. It requires executive agencies to annually present specific information to joint legislative committees during the first 2 weeks of the legislative session.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
I would say staff's prepared to implement this code on July 1st. So,
Okay.
and I think, I don't see a reason why we would delay as a town. I think it's a priority of the board and for our community.
Okay.
Reality here is it's gonna apply to less than 10 lots, except for things that trigger new construction, the things we just listed, so it's the burden of us implementing this compared to some growing city with new suburbs is way less, so I see no reason to delay, every reason to expedite.
Although this only applies to new construction, I want to point out that there are 7 vacant lots that sit at the edge of Ryan's Valley Pond, which are yet to be developed, which immediately interface, Boulder County open space, town open space. So I think it's important that we get this on the books as quickly as we can.
Anybody else? Mayor Pro Tem?
I fully agree. I have no idea why we would want to push this off to later. I think we're gonna act on it now.
Trustee Williams?
Yeah, supportive idea now.
Great. And then. do you have any more?
No, I appreciate staff's full confidence in implementing this on July 1st. And I think, definitely knowing that the fire season is upon us. I know there was actually no season, but I just feel like this summer is going to be the hottest and driest time of year. And so I just feel like July 1st is already pushing it. Let's do this.
Trustee Ryan?
I just want to note, as I did at first reading, that a local WI code, presumably including some retroactive requirements, was first recommended by a local, a town of Lyons, run through the ECDC task force in January of 2022. We are now more than 4 years since that, and this code will be prospective only, except for the issues that we've listed. And I'm glad to hear the mayor say that we should at least begin the discussion process of retroactive requirements to add to this measure sooner rather than later. And I'll say Trustee Lowell and I served on the task force along with Director Kaplan, Donna Ritchie, and prior district representatives, and we spent a little bit of considerable time actually discussing what's the easy low hanging stuff, what's the middle stuff, what's the very expensive stuff. And so we're not starting from scratch in that, and it would be like brand new discussion. We have something we can put on the table, a quick, easy discussion. So this is stage one that will have limited effect in Lyons because of how few prospective builds we have. And stage two, I'm in favor of also moving toward quickly.
Two thoughts, Mayor. The first being the welfare partners rebate. I think for fencing, like as you've noted, I think that could, so I like the idea of let's set a little bit back, right? Because I think in our communications, we can help offset some of the potential cost impact for folks who are upgrading their fences. And second, the last time, I just want to just disclose where staff is. The last time we talked about retroactive requirements, direction from the board was to do a lot more public engagement and education to bring back that feedback to the board so that the board would have more public opinion as you were making these informed decisions. And we have not yet started distinct published engagement related to retroactive wildfire requirements. So it just, our plates have been very full. So I just want to say if we do that sooner rather than later, we're going to have limited information. Nothing's going to be different in terms of public engagement.
We did have a quarterly meeting highlighting this issue, and that's pretty good turnout and fair engagement. I think we can do, we should do more, but
We
started
had
it.
yes, and we had commissioners come and do a town hall.
Yep.
And it's great. So, okay. I'm in agreement. I think we should pass this now. I think that should this bill pass, it won't affect us except to allow people, if it passes, they can petition for modifications to the code if they decide they want to do that. I can imagine that would happen, but you never know. All right, so with that, I will call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, great, thank you. Nice work, well done. Congratulations to us all. Next is the first reading of ordinance 1211, which amends our, I'm not gonna read the entire description, it's very long. But it amends our building code to the 2024 ICC code. And we've had 2 workshops on this so far. So I feel like we've had a good opportunity to get some questions answered, although of course there always can be more. Staff report, please.
Yeah, so for this one, I don't have a presentation, just again, first reading. just willing to take board direction. If you're interested in moving this forward at this time, if there's more information I can bring back to you at second reading or now, so however I can be helpful. But just gonna draw on the workshop.
Questions for staff? Okay, then I would entertain a motion.
I moved the food ordinance 1211 on first reading, regulatory property lines, Colorado, adopting the 2024 as we see that.
Thank you. Is there a second? We did.
Second.
Any discussion?
Just real quickly, that anytime we do a comprehensive code update like this, I wouldn't pretend, not like any of us would pretend we know all the details that are in it, we don't. One of the, deeper dive things, if you want to really see the specific changes this make, I think it had 178 items in it, something like that. And I actually looked down, but and about half of them I understood. I just would point out that if unexpected consequences occur from these, and there are things in these updated changes that we didn't anticipate, there is always the opportunity to amend them. For example,
Absolutely.
we, the last code that was passed included sprinkler requirements for ADUs, and that kind of stopped our ADUs from being built. And when we realized that the effect of it, we changed it. And so these changes are not immutable, and we can revisit this if unexpected problems occur.
And I would also like to thank staff for putting together a lunch and learn for the contractors so that we can have their feedback for second reading. Any further discussion? Call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
You. And our final first reading of the evening is ordinance 1212, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 16, article 10 at sec of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning natural medicine.
So again, first reading, but a few new items of information have either been requested or presented tonight, so I might share a few things for you. So I'm not going to go through the whole presentation, but the mayor reached out and requested a map reflecting which zone districts these kind of iterations of this code would be allowed in. So I'm going to show that in a minute. And then we also had the request during audience business to consider, this isn't advancing, to consider allowing natural medicine in our commercial entertainment zone district. So I have it just in written form here. So essentially we have two different kind of categories of these uses. One is the healing center. The other is other than healing center, which is essentially kind of the manufacturing, packaging, growing of the mushrooms. And so you can see the distinction here. For the healing centers, they would be allowed in all of our commercial and light industrial, or excuse me, industrial zone districts. For the businesses other than healing centers, we do not have that in our commercial downtown, and we have it as conditional use in our business and commercial. If you're curious, we can come back here or we can do this a second reading. I just have a table of what our neighboring communities, how our neighboring communities regulate this. And I left in here, the ordinance was considered by PCDC. They continued it and met a second time. They talked quite a bit about the distance separation requirement from schools. It was probably one of their biggest topics of conversation. And ultimately they voted to remove distance separation from schools. Just if you look, there's a couple different ways you can measure it, but if it's just strictly a buffer, we have this buffer map up here for you. That's one way to do it. The other way to measure distance, which is how our ordinance was previously written, was a direct route. And that's a case by case basis because you're measuring from a business property, it's a property line of a school. So that one is very case by case. It's hard to model in a way. So just given that you had some targeted questions, I'm going to share a different screen. I prepared just a quick online map of where natural medicine uses, the way the ordinance is drafted now. Let's try that. There we go. So I can talk about some layers on and off, and we can kind of zoom in. I figure this is easier than a PDF since then I'll have to create a PDF from the GIS. So starting in our eastern corridor, you may recall the PUD recently approved included natural medicine as a use, so I've kind of shown that a little differently. Everywhere kind of with this thick black outline, this is the healing center, right? So it's essentially our entire commercial corridor. It gets a little more splotchy as we get close to downtown. We have this property that's owned PUD here. Our industrial properties are kind of here around the edges, and then we have this pocket of commercial over here. For it to be in a PUD, that would actually have to amend the PUD to add that use. So, so that is your healing center. I'm gonna turn that off. I'm gonna turn that one off. And then, so for other than healing center, the blue or the by right. So we have our industrial zone districts. The green is where it would require a conditional use. So again, if you look at our downtown, commercial downtown not permitted for the use other than a healing center. The green, again, commercial would require a conditional use. So along our kind of main corridor here. And then coming out here, now we're transitioning to the CEC zone district where it's allowed by right. So you can kind of see some variability, and then we have some, you know, kind of transition zoning changes that haven't occurred yet. So it feels a little spotty in some of these as we have rezoned properties. So to the degree this is helpful, and I can dress this up a little bit and link it in the next staff report, but this just went together this afternoon. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Yeah. Fine.
Any questions? I have a few. Because my memory may not serve me correctly when it came to the marijuana laws. So earlier you were showing us something, you were referring to the marijuana district with the marijuana rule. It was my understanding that the PCDC landed on 1,000 feet from schools.
No.
You said that was redacted?
That was removed in their final.
That was the state.
Yeah.
The standard in the state laws is if you don't specify it's 1,000 feet. But you can set something differently. And so PCDC, after extensively looking at this, decided this is a medical office, it's not a dispensary. It doesn't, in Lions kind of given this as we have from schools, it didn't make a lot of sense to have it. And so they recommended it be taken out entirely
Okay, so the PCDC does not recommend that distancing
at all. Yeah.
So we're not, so the state of Colorado doesn't, I guess, align this with the marijuana laws.
Not really. I mean, there's some similarities in the way we think about them, but I mean, they're very different in the sense that we don't locally license the healing centers. It's not like you can opt out like you can with marijuana. It's treated differently in major respects.
And it's not, just so you understand, it's not like a dispensary where somebody can just walk in and buy the psilocybin and walk out.
Well, what I heard was medical office, is that where it's more?
It can too, yeah.
I've never been to a healing center, so I'm just trying to like, in my mind, understand what that.
Yeah, it would be this. It's often done. Some physicians' offices, often LBCs, licensed professional counselors, that actually can be pastoral counselors, is my area. In different states, different requirements. All of that is with a professional who is educated in the field. They're with the person the entire time. And the only rule that is kind of hard and fast is, same thing after you get ready to head home after your colonoscopy. You cannot drive yourself. But, I'm in agreement with the PCDC on this. It's actually proving to be a very marvelous tool, as Craig had alluded to earlier, for those of us who are therapists. But that's for the discussion part.
I have one more question. Thank you for that. So I saw something about it not generating sales tax. Because
That's correct, right?
they're providing a service, is that one?
I think is you're not selling the product.
Right.
You are, you're providing a service with providing to the person. Now, the interesting part would be the distribution and manufacturing, that maybe have some excise taxes associated with it. That's a little more fuzzy at this point, but the actual healing center shouldn't generate any significant sales tax.
Thank you.
Just wanted to note, again, we have the kind of question on the table, if you'd like to consider it, is the commercial entertainment zone district. PCDC did discuss it, but Mr. Ferguson did not share his desire to allow that use on his site, so they did not recommend it, but they did not have the information that that property owner was interested in doing that. And PCDC also talked, just wanted to add this in there, since you potentially are amending this ordinance at this time. They went back and forth a little bit on if it should be allowed in residential zone districts with like a conditional use. City of Boulder has that, so certain residential zone districts, if you get kind of the special review, you can do it in residential zone districts. PCDC did not recommend that, so. Trustee Williams, you probably might have more to add on their conversation too.
Was it which trustee good with us? Thank you, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the question of the commercial entertainment district, I think the position that the BCDC took on it, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I'm posing this as a question. Would it be the case that the PCDC took a stance that because we were thinking of as a medical office or something very similar to it, it wasn't natural to put it in a place where it would look like it was part of a recreational activity? So when we looked at what is allowed in that commercial entertainment district,
Yeah.
medical and dental offices are allowed as a conditional use. So you could argue that it could be a conditional use, or you could argue that it runs afoul of the PCDC's view that it should not be associated with recreation.
That's very accurate, and I appreciate that additional context on their discussion.
And I also have a question for Attorney Dittman. Is the state code phrased in such a way that if we are silent on a isolation from schools, if instead of choosing a distance, we do not choose a distance and we do not express 0 as our preference?
Yeah, I think we should express something, because it does that as standard.
So we need to explicitly
Explicitly
state there
say
needs to
there's
be
no-
no separation.
yeah.
That's a good
That's a
question.
very good question, actually. I think what we can do is in the bottom, which is the kind of operational standard, we stick something, one sentence in there.
No preference.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so folks are confused.
Yeah.
All right, I had one more question relating to the distance from school. So it looks like 61 businesses have been approved so far statewide. Do we happen to know if any of them have this distancing restriction from schools, or how many of them?
I don't know how many, but I know many communities, we represent a lot of different communities, do have some sort of separation requirements. But I'd say they're much different kind of places than Lyons. And so I think it's more of a cultural thing than anything else, to be honest. I think we've only had 2 of these open in any of our communities, and there hasn't been any problems, but I know at least the Woodland Park was the first one to do this that we have, and they have pretty extensive distance requirements, but I say there are a lot of different places than Lyons is.
I have a question. I'm not sure if it's for the PCDC liaison, planning director. Did the PCDC discuss when discussing residential, did they discuss that many therapists have their offices in their homes?
I think that's why they kind of went back and forth a little bit, honestly, is because I think they recognize that this might be perfectly appropriate as a home occupation. I think some of their concern kind of came in as a perception. And I think some of it might have just been like, let's try this and see if we have issues, and maybe we can revisit it, but that's kind of my recollection.
I think that's right. They seem to be, especially at the beginning of the discussion, sensitive to the politics of allowing something that not everyone is comfortable with. And the more they talked about it, the more comfortable they got. They stopped just short of putting it in residential neighborhoods where they thought that sensitivity might be the highest.
And also they noticed too that, you know, a dental or medical facility is not even a permitted conditional use in R1.
Right.
And so this would be something totally different than what's permitted there.
But a therapy office is
like a home occupation.
permitted, home, yeah, so that is permitted in R1.
I believe in like as a home occupation.
Yeah, it's not permitted as a use. And so if someone came in for use, it would not be permitted.
You couldn't convert a single family home to entirely being a therapy office, but if it was a primary
Home
use was a
occupation.
home, right, then the residents of the home could do therapy in the home.
Okay.
So yeah, that was my question for Mayor Pro Tem Williams, since you seem to be the expert here. Do you happen to know of any therapists functioning from home who would be offering or looking to offer this kind of service?
Not yet, but that, it's inevitable.
But you could see this being beneficial from home,
From wherever your office.
Right.
Happens to be.
and you don't think that would pose a problem in a residential?
I know, no. You know, again, too often people are equating this with marijuana.
Sure.
And there is no real correlation. Right. It is a modality of therapy. And that's its only approved use anywhere in the United States.
And then one more question about the grow aspect of this. And I'm glad you brought up that, people equate this with marijuana. Marijuana grows are enormous. My understanding is that, psilocybin grows are pretty much shoebox size. Do you have?
That's my understanding, is that they are typically small.
I think the ones you're permitted to do under the statute is an individual or small. I could see as the industry matures, they get larger, but they're not marijuana grow house size, operations.
We had one illegal operation in town that was an entire over 1,500 square feet basement.
For marijuana?
No.
No.
For, wow.
Oh, that's not shoebox.
That's not a shoebox.
No,
That's
that's
not a shoebox.
individual
That's
therapist might do.
clearly not rated.
Individual, it's just like marijuana, in that regard, marijuana, you can have so many private things that are that's.
The statute specifies.
No one knows about the growers, but it's an organic product that has to be used. It's gonna.
I would be in favor, and I don't know if we need to be preemptive in this, but I would be in favor of limiting the growing of it commercially to light industrial. Because
What
if
about-
we take a look at what happened in with marijuana, it will very rapidly be institutionalized. And it's going to have,
So right now it's
a lot of issues down the line.
So right now it's a permitted use just in light industrial and general industrial and condition. In commercial use corridor and then conditional business.
All right, if there are no more questions, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance 12 on first reading, ordinance underlying Colorado establishing permits and regulations and second.
Is there a second?
I second.
And discussion. Who would like to start?
I do believe this is good. I think allowing it, I'm gonna agree with PCDC on this. It is a new modality in the United States. It has historically, particularly in South America, and still finds its greatest effectiveness when it is done within a community environment. That's why you see better results over the long haul with people who've done it with ayahuasca, as opposed to people who are doing it in independent therapeutic environment. So there's a lot that we just don't know in terms of most often it's something that has to be done on multiple occasions. That's once a year, 4 times a year. And it's interesting if you take a look at, again, when it's a part of a community-based experience, it is not necessary as often. So it really is fascinating. There's so much we do not know, but from what we do know at this point, I believe this is a very appropriate ordinance for the town. We will have to come back and revisit this at some point. In the same way, people are gonna have to come back and revisit marijuana because we are seeing the addiction elements of marijuana become very significant in the United States.
Others?
Yeah, I wanted to throw in here what the EDC had to say about this, and Planet Richie came and talked to them too, and they kind of went through in a little bit shorter version, the same thing that the PCDC did. There was some initial, well, should there be a school thing? Well, no, because it's not like a dispensary. The thing that they focused on a little bit more was, is it desirable to have this service business that will produce no sales tax income in the central downtown district where we'd like to have more retail, more sales tax? And they ultimately decided that was not really, it wouldn't really be fair to exclude this type of service from there when you have a dentist office, a doctor's office, real estate offices, accounting and legal offices and everything. Why would you discriminate against this one versus the others? Although, of course, they do have a general desire to increase sales tax revenues, they ultimately said they were okay with it in the downtown district. And I'd also say I'm okay with adding the commercial entertainment district as Mr. Ferguson requested. Yeah, I could see a perception that somehow connected to recreational, but remember that their facility out there is used for, you know, big concert venues, what, 10 days, 12 days out of the year, and the other 350 days out of the year. It might make an excellent location for somebody who feel comfortable going to a center like this outside of, you know, traffic downtown and that thing, and out in a nice setting. So I'm fine with this request.
I did not comment on that. I am fine with this request.
I would generally support passing this on first reading. I don't think that the sales tax issue is as material as it might otherwise be, since we're not generally, I think, talking about putting in a new operation or practice. We're typically talking about an existing therapist taking on new responsibilities or treating a client with a new modality, which strikes me as a pretty modest increment. I would, if now is the appropriate time, like to propose the amendment to make explicit our choice not to include a buffer.
Sure.
So I would move that we amend the ordinance as drafted to make explicit our intention to decline to set a buffer with language to be determined by council.
I'll second that. Any discussion on the amendment? Let's vote on an amendment.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you for that.
No, I have no comments.
I agree with everything that's been said so far. I think there's a lot to do around education. I think there will be some confusion between dispensaries and these natural medicine healing centers until we know what they are and see what they are and understand. I think we're gonna have to do a lot of education on this to appease people's questions or fears or concerns.
Sure, yeah. I agree with my colleagues, and I would like to add, I would like to propose an amendment that we add the use to commercial entertainment.
I'll second that.
May I ask if your motion applies to permitted uses or conditional uses?
Yeah, I thought I said permitted uses.
I didn't hear that.
I don't know that you've said out.
I'm sorry, I must have just said it inside.
That's okay.
I will say that other types of offices are currently a conditional use in the entertainment that have been during the thought process.
Other kinds of offices
Yeah,
are.
if you look at the entertainment district.
Like.
Is it used by right or is it a conditional?
Correct. So the things that are allowed as a principal uses are things that are accessory basically to the festival. And then keeping dogs. Everything else is a conditional use, which includes, you know, educational facilities, production facilities, offices and businesses. So.
I'm just thinking about how to best streamline this for the changes that may be coming at in terms of an expansion.
We just make the request for conditional use during it.
I don't see any reason to plant bluegrass through the conditional use process when we're all basically okay with the exception. I don't think that's necessary.
And it's just that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to open discussion. I was just trying to
No,
make sure that we understood your motion.
That's what.
And one last question on that. Is it just the natural healing centers or is it the other types of?
I would say just the natural healing.
Okay.
Is my question. Is it permitted use? Okay, is there a second to that? Second. Is there discussion on that amendment? Let's put it on there.
That motion passes unanimously.
any other discussion or amendments on this first reading? Okay. Let's go to our continuing.
That also passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for your work on this. It's I know, it's a new frontier.
Well, she's had a lot.
So appreciate that. Okay. So then, let's move on to the presentation discussion, on Big Tent Boulder County. If y'all are ready, and then after that, we will take a break.
How about, would you guys feel more comfortable sitting over there or you want to sit? Sure, well, we can sit. Okay. And Victoria. Sure. And we have the PowerPoint ready. Okay. Okay, fantastic. We're here next.
Yeah, and so welcome.
Oh, we
Thanks.
received this already too.
Oh,
We
you did?
forward, we were forwarded.
Okay, great.
Oh, that's great.
Thank you. Yeah, and so if you would like to introduce
Who
yourselves.
sends me?
I'm Rachel Friend. Good to be here again to you all. I'm one of the steering committee members for Big Tent Bozo. We are the group that is trying to get county commissioner expanded from 3 to 5 by ballot measure.
Yeah, and I am Tina Mew. I am a, active community member, former president of our teachers union in Boulder, and also interested in, generally good governance and especially how our county interacts with, all of the, organizations that it interacts with, including our school district, and, it's just important, from that standpoint to work. So, okay. So let's see,
Do we go right in or?
how would you?
Yeah, well, I wanna, maybe I'll set the stage a little bit here,
Yeah.
for folks. So what we're not talking about tonight is whether or not we support the initiative itself. What we're talking about is whether we as a board would like to take a position supporting or not the issue being on a ballot. So it's a little bit different. We've had various folks come in and ask us to support this tax measure or that tax measure. And this is a little bit different in that we're just being asked to support whether this should be on a ballot for Boulder County to decide. So is that fair?
Yeah,
That's totally fair.
Okay.
so how should we, Victoria, will just say.
Yep, I've got you, so you just,
Okay,
yep.
Lisa, thank you.
And we can move
Yeah.
this. So you can see each
Okay.
other better.
I can totally see it though.
I know.
Here up to.
If you would like to sit here, then you can.
No, I'm just gonna sit real awkward, like, thank you.
Right.
So, who we are, Big Tent BOCO is a grassroots nonpartisan group of Boulder County residents. So, we have, steering committee members and endorsers from places from Ward to Superior to Nederland, Boulder, Longmont, basically all over the county, geographically diverse and in all other ways diverse. A lot of us who are on the steering committee, we've got one current county commissioner, we've got several former city council members. So it's a fairly informed group of people who have done a lot of work with and around the county who just think that this could go a little bit better. So we try to reflect the diversity of our communities. I will say we also have Republicans through DSA members, and as we call it Big Tent because it pulls together this really beautiful group from my former council experience of people that all fought with each other on every other issue, and everybody seems to align on we would like better representation at the county level. So we would also like,
I'm sorry.
that's plenty on that slide, I imagine.
Sorry, I heard that, so.
Move it over to you here.
It's good, it's good. So right now, and you may have read some op-eds and things that have come out recently, but right now, so we have 3 county commissioners. This is the same structure we have had in Boulder County since 1861. There have been various efforts to change it. One of the ones of the 70s was spearheaded by the very famous Cleveland Rorex, who some of you might know. And you know, that failed to get enough petition signatures to actually put that question on the ballot to increase the number of county commissioners. So we're having another stab at it. Since the 70s, our population in Boulder has actually doubled, Boulder County. And of course, the complexity is, it's grown in complexity and diversity and all of that. So it is time to take another shot at asking the Boulder County residents whether this is something that they would like to do. So again, Boulder County is big. It represents diverse communities, and the impetus for doing this really comes from these conversations that we have had within our group, but outside of it too, with people in unincorporated Boulder County, people in Gun Barrel, people in Niwot, who feel unrepresented by the current structure in a variety of ways, actually. So not just, they would like to see more diverse perspective on the board itself. And so we're working for that. We'd like to increase, almost double it with 5 people. Would ensure that we would have, more diversity of perspective, but also all of these, all of our county commissioners, as you know, are elected at large. And so we hear from people in ward who say, we've never even seen a candidate here. Nobody has to come here and talk to us. Nobody has to run here because all the votes are in Boulder and all the votes are in Longmont. Maybe they'll go to Boulder and Longmont, but they're not coming here to talk to us. And we feel, and they feel like, this would be a different thing if this goes into effect or we get it on the ballot. It would be either 5 districts and all of the commissioners would be elected by their individual district, or it would be the existing 3 districts, but not at-large voting in those. They would each have their own commissioner, and the additional 2 would be at-large. So those are the options, and people are also very excited about the idea of district voting as opposed to all at-large voting, which elevates, amplifies the strength of individual voices in all of those smaller places that feel unrepresented now. So anything to add to that?
No?
Okay.
See what the next slide brings. Okay. Oh, is that me or you?
Yeah, I think it's me still, and then okay. So this is actually what I was just said. We are proposing to modernize the board, expanding from 3 to 5. Some or all will be elected by district to better reflect local voices. Yeah, and this is you.
Okay, so we've covered a lot of this, I think, already, but so this change we hope will bring representation closer to home. Both if we have some version of districts, which we will certainly have either 3 or 5 voted within district, you will have more of a say in who is represented within your spot, because right now, even though the 3 commissioners have to live within a district, they're voted countywide. So as Tina was saying, that just, it evaporates a lot of the reason that you might, as a candidate, need to pay attention even within your town. So sometimes we're seeing that people get more support from South Boulder County, even though they're representing North Boulder County, things like that. So the sort of point that we try to get at by having people from and of a place is a little bit lost. So amplifying diverse community voices and increasing the value of each vote. If we go to the 5 districts and you are being voted on by 40,000 people as opposed to 330,000 people, or 70,000 people versus 330,000 people, you're just going to have a larger share of your voice in impacting that vote, mathematically speaking. And we hope it will, and Commissioner Stolzman believes it will increase responsiveness and accessibility. She would tell you, as she told me on the phone today, that she is really struggling to be 2 places at once. And so she said today she had to be at a meeting in Boulder after work and in Longmont after work, and that the workload is really increasing and she just can't do it because they have so much both legislative and administrative work that they just need more bodies. Strengthen civic participation and inclusion. So if we have more access, you're going to have better accessibility, and your voice should be heard better, and you should be able to participate better as a community member. I will also say as somebody currently campaigning for office countywide, I think it will really strengthen who can campaign and how you can campaign. This is a large county, so I'm running last minute for a treasurer seat that is the whole county. And just, again, mathematically, like my time is gonna be numerically better spent in Boulder and Longmont, and this seat doesn't have a huge legislative, it's very highly constrained, but if it were a seat where we need to listen to people and really learn what the issues are and what they care about, and then take that back to the seat, that matters. You want people to be where they can hear what's going on in the place, and that people will feel that you're going to be responsive to that. And it's darn near impossible for a small county type race. Joe Nagoose goes and he's got a staff member driving him all around the state, and he can do other things. If you are doing a low budget county race, it's really hard to get around to everywhere.
Yeah, so I'll just add to that we talk about diverse perspective on the board, but we also in Boulder County care about, diverse people being able to run for this position. And it's pretty onerous, both, financially and in terms of your energy to run at large. And so, that probably makes a lot of people question whether they would want to or have the faculties to do that at all. And so, in addition to, Rachel's points, we just hope that a larger cross-section of people can see themselves doing this job by making it a little easier to run. Yeah. Go ahead.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so small communities should gain some real voice and influence. That's my earlier point. I won't reiterate it. Residents get a better access to representatives. Same thing. You can now be a little bit closer to two places at once, and county decisions reflect, I can't read that, local realities more accurately. So again, if you have somebody who's listening, if you've got a representative who you can call and say, I'm worried about the lighting on this stretch of road in the county, what do I do? And nobody calls you back, it's a problem. If you've got somebody who is your representative, people tend to be a bit more responsive to you, and that's true nationwide. Amazing job.
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry.
I can take that. Sorry. So, we have, well, let's see where I want to go with this. As Rachel just said, of course, splitting the workload among 5 makes everything a little easier for the county commissioners in terms of outreach, their capacity for outreach. And, I'll just go into some of the really specific problems with 3. One of the people who endorses is the mayor of Erie. So, and he specifically said to me, Boulder is really hard to deal with because it has 3, and Weld is easier to deal with because it has 5. And the reason this is because it's something to do with our open records laws, right? So these 3 county commissioners, first of all, they're spread thin. And second, they can never talk substantively if there are 2 of them, because it's a quorum.
Yeah.
And so it's very difficult for anybody to get a meeting, or if you get a meeting, it's with 1, and then they have to go back and try to talk on the dais about whatever they learned. And so it's really problematic, it turns out. And you can maybe speak to this a little more as a city council person.
We understand.
Well understood.
Yes, you do. Yeah. And so, just from an efficiency standpoint, that's a problem. And you, if you all probably track goings on in the county and the county votes. And another problem that people have expressed is this whole, there's a swing vote. There's somebody on this side, there's somebody on this side, and there's one swing vote making a lot of really important decisions in our county, which is problematic.
Can I add one thing to
Yes,
that?
yes.
Heading into your slide, which is, I was talking to somebody today who goes to the county in front of the commissioners often for funding. And this person said, on my issue, basically there's one kind of for and one against. And if that third person goes out of town, I'm not getting funded. So it's just really difficult to get decisions made. And then one of the commissioners said to me today, That's why I can't go on vacation. I never leave the job, because if I leave, there's a really decent chance that that they'll do a vote while I'm away that will really be catastrophic for an issue I care about. So with 3, it's just a bad number for governance, and apparently you can't even take a vacation.
Yeah, so I'm off the slide a little bit, but that's real problem solving structurally on the board, it's a problem. But then also just having the capacity to, be responsive to constituents is also a problem. So, go ahead.
We talked about them.
We did talk about that. Let's move on.
It's not belabor.
Yeah. Oh, and we talked about this one too. Why now? Evolving our democracy to match the needs of our modern growing. Okay, yeah. Go ahead. Okay. And one more. Okay. So we are hoping that because you understand the problem, you might vote as a body, and Mayor Rogan, thank you very much for teeing it up, because it's not whether you're not really saying, yep, we support 5, or we like it this way, or we want 3 and 2 at large, or whatever. But you are, you might take a position of support to give your constituents the choice to weigh in on this. And you might take that position as a body to just say, yep, it's time that we call the question. It's time that we ask this question of the Boulder County residents. So that would be something that we would certainly love to have your support.
And can I just add a little bit right there, which is, not everything should go to the ballot. I led a decline to sign effort last year on a land use issue in Boulder, closing down Boulder to cars on part of Pearl Street. There are just certain issues that are really, nitpicky and really are better for boards to decide than, community members. You're not really going to be able to dig into the ripple effects of land use decisions. This one can only be decided by the voters. So it's just a matter of democracy. It's built into the state code that if you go over 70,000, you may look at whether you want more county commissioners. So it's a very restricted way that we can look at it. We have to give voters at least 2 options. We laid out the 2 that we picked. So this is not something that's like a sketchy thing to ask voters for. It's just something that's built to go in front of voters. And there's a pending bill at the State House, which would force counties over 70,000 to go to 5 in some situations. We don't know if it will make it through. If it does, it would still delay the inevitability. So this is like not inventing any wheels or reinventing any wheels. This is just very commonplace and something that's appropriate to be voted on. So just want to clarify, I wouldn't say that there's no risk in saying, give it to the voters, let them decide. Some things are not great for voters. This is one that has to go to voters.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
Oh, she might have a.
Yeah, we.
Oh, I did. Others. Okay. All right, great.
Yeah, I wanted to an opportunity. Questions that they have. So thank you very much for the presentation. Okay, looks like Trustee Lowell has.
Because I've been chopping at the bit on this one.
I can feel it.
Do you have an idea of what those districts may look like, this first part? And second, on the ballot question, is it supporting material define those districts?
No, it has to go, the county commissioners would have to create a redistricting commission, and that would decide how the districts are chopped up. There are, I think, state laws that govern, but that's going to be led by the commissioners. We are not allowed to ask or weigh in on that at this point.
So if we vote for 5 commissioners all at large.
No, this would not come into effect for 2 years. During the intervening first year, they would get into the redistricting, and then so we would vote on this in 2028. Sorry, we would vote in 2026 to do it, and then in 2028 we would vote on the first commissioner to be seated. They would take office in 2029. With that,
the districts get defined in the interim.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that is due, I think it's like July 1st. It's actually laid out in statute that they have to have the redistricting done, a little, I think it's July 1st of 2027. So they have a while to carry that out. But then, of course, the election doesn't happen until the districts are set. So yeah. I will just add that the League of Women Voters looked at this about a decade ago. And they asked the county to prepare some maps. Like if we went to 5, what could that look like? Because the state has rules about they have to be the county, it has to be contiguous geographically, the district. You can't, it's rules you would imagine that Colorado would put in place to prevent gerrymandering. You can't split certain communities. You have to, so there is a set of rules that the commission would have to look at. But I like some of those maps that take a big swath of unincorporated Boulder County from the mountains all the way out to the plains and wrap in, they all have to be within 5% population wise, but there are really creative ways to draw those maps. It would definitely be up to this commission and our current, our current county commissioners, but,
There are other questions?
Yeah, if all we're voting on tonight here is the direction, I guess, to put it on the ballot as opposed to the merits up or down on it. What would the ballot, what are you gonna have choice A and choice B on a ballot? Is that what it's gonna be?
we have a petition here and the language specifically says, do you want 5 commissioners? And then do you want 5 districts where each district elects its commissioner? Or do you want the 3 districts that exist now where those districts elect their commissioner? And then the 2 additional commissioners are elected out.
So it's 2 questions. Number 1, do you want to go to 5?
Right.
Number 2, if yes, which way do you want to do it? A or B?
And there may be choice on a second question.
Yeah, so there's 2 ballot questions. Trustee Williams?
2 questions, one on the merits of moving from 3 to 5. If we were to give people the opportunity to go to 5, are there any other current uses of the 3 districts? Would we be abandoning the definition that exists today of those 3 districts? Or would that live on for some other purposes? Or that,
I don't know the answer to that. Like, do those 3 districts?
do they
have
drive some
individual
other choices or
Yeah.
other offices?
We haven't heard that as like a pushback from other counties that have switched, that they've lost something in that transition, but I can't say definitively.
Fair enough. And then the other question is about whether we as a town or as a board might endorse this. When I glance at your endorsements, they're presented as individuals' endorsements. And I know some people are in office and they take their office seriously and it becomes naturally a part of their endorsement. Do you have endorsements from organizations or towns that would be analogous to our taking a collective position on it?
There's one other town that I know somebody was presenting to last week, and I have not gotten an update on how they decided, but Mason said she was going to the ward council. We're doing a presentation to Superior. We've done a lot of presentations, and I don't know that we've heard back though. Like, I can't remember on Plan Boulder.
There's Plan Boulder, we await their thing. We the progressives, Boulder progressives have asked us to submit something by this Friday. So we're really honestly, our whole kickoff was a month ago. And so we're in the process. I mean, we have had many meetings and we have many meetings set up, but we're in the process of getting this organization.
Yeah.
Good questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I just have 2 questions. One to follow up on the ballot question. Is this a specific ballot just dedicated to this, or is it on another ballot? I'm just curious as to what the specific ballot measure is.
It's on the November ballot.
It's on the November ballot, so we can expect this at the end of the year.
Mhm.
Okay, great, thank you. And the second question was, you referred to several counties, including Adams, Arapahoe, El Paso, and Weld, who voted to move to 5 commissioners. I don't know how long ago that was, and I don't know if you've had any feedback as to whether they have seen any benefits or if they've surveyed the population or it has increased cost. Do you know anything about these counties and their move?
Sure.
But first,
Okay, so there are 5 counties in this state that have 5 or have gone to 5. And that's not actually including Broomfield and Denver, which are their own sort of thing because they are city/county things. So they have way more than 5. El Paso County and Weld County have 5 and they went there in the 70s. So what's interesting about this is that all of these different counties have their different takes. So El Paso County is 5 districts and each district elects their own commissioner. And that's been established for a long time. And I haven't seen nothing in research says anybody is moving to change that at all. And then Weld is 3 elected in 3 districts and 2 at large. Adams changed in about 2014, I think. And that is another interesting thing because there was a lot of corruption apparently at the time in the Adams County, some sort of embezzlement, something like that. And so they said, wow, well, we're gonna move to 5, but also, and I talked to Lori Goldstein. Do you know Lori Goldstein? Lori Goldstein was the head of the Democratic Party in Adams for a long time. Now she sits in the House, but she said, yes, I remember well when we had to make that transition. And we determined that we wanted everybody elected at large. And the reason is that their districts, their 5 districts, one was decidedly red and one was decidedly blue and one was so they were such a lock politically that they didn't want that anymore. They wanted to be able to mix that up a little bit. And so those voters in that county decided that they would all be at large. So it's just pretty interesting. The most recent one was Arapahoe County that went in 2024. And I couldn't get any information about small areas in Arapahoe County. But Aurora, the city of Aurora, there is some positive feedback saying they feel much better represented by Arapahoe County government than they did previously. And that is a weird kind of city because it, like Erie, is split between 3 different counties, but there is some positive effects. And Adams reported back that they love it. Arapahoe, I have this information from the city. I don't have good cost information. I don't have granular information about what each county did in terms of, cost, but we have costed, we've done our own costing of that. With Ashley helping us and, public records about the total budget. So thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have no questions for them. I have thoughts about it.
Okay.
Do you want to do that now? or-
Let's do that. Let's first decide whether we want to take a position at all on whether this should be in the ballot, and if we do, then what that.
I,
Want us to get up and retreat? No, you're welcome to stay, unless you want to. No, that's okay.
I don't believe this is something that the town as a town should be weighing in on. But my own position on it is, I'm not dealing with it. I don't know why we would weigh in on something that doesn't deal with health and safety issues. To take a town-wide position, I think it's fine for any of the trustees to take a public position on it. It's just, I don't understand why he is not.
Trustee Brennan?
I'm okay with supporting it going on the ballot. I think I totally agree with Rachel that this is something the voters should go to the voters of Boulder County. I'm not comfortable, like Mayor Pro Tem Williams, with taking a position for or against. I don't think it's our place to do that. I've voted against that kind of thing before. I don't want to go or con, but making a position that should the voters be asked to weigh in on this, sure.
Okay. And I see you nodding, Mayor Person, so I want to make sure I understand. We're talking about whether we want to take a position right now that this should be on the ballot.
I don't think we should be taking a position as to whether or not it should be on the ballot. I don't think that is our job as a town.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understand. Trustee Williams?
I haven't been here long enough to really understand the precedent, but it seems that I've seen instances of us saying it's in Lyon's best interest for Lyon's residents to take X position on a county issue or even on a state issue, and we occasionally even say something about a national issue. But we do it when there is some pretty clear nexus between that question and Lyon's. There's something that we have a a greater stake in than other electoral or policy initiatives. And each time we've done that, I've been a little uncomfortable with it. The times that I've been a part of that discussion, it's felt as if we were usurping or stepping into the questions of another jurisdiction or another level of government, when my inclination is to stick with the full agenda that we have at our level. I'm open to someone convincing me that this is a matter that Lyons has a unique interest in, and that either getting it on the ballot or passing it serves our constituents in some way that makes us want to be active on it. But that's I think that's a hurdle that we haven't yet met.
Okay, so we'll circle back to you at the end of the discussion about
Great,
that.
thank you.
Yeah. Trustee Law?
I've always felt that we were underrepresented on the Board of County Commissioners. I think by supporting, putting this on the ballot as a question, I think it benefits Lyons in that the very concept of having a district in which Lyons is included with a dedicated commissioner is helpful for the town. So I'm afraid of taking a position on it.
I agree with Trustee Laurel. I think that one of our challenges as a small community is to be represented and have our voice heard. And I feel like that we are acting in the best interest of the citizens by making sure it is on the ballots.
And I'll add that I agree you should take a position of putting it on the ballot. I also want to reiterate that our commissioners work so hard. And that they do work hard for Lyons, and that doesn't reduce their workload. Because I know that they want to work just as hard for Lyons, Ned, Ward, Jamestown, Boulder, Wadman, all the towns. And it seems humanly impossible, quite honestly. So my inclination to put this on the ballot is in no way a reflection of the great work that our commissioners do. And I want to see if you want to revisit your answer.
Can I just say I agree that they do good work for us?
Yes, we agree with that too.
Yes, because we are 1, 2, 3. 4 yeses and 2 nos.
You have your straw poll already? Well, I'm not inclined to either jump in to try to steer, say, county or state efforts in one direction or the other, or to pick a fight with the county or the state. And this feels barely like interfering in somebody else's business. So I'm still inclined, if I thought that we could get away with recommending that it go on the ballot and not recommending that it pass, I think I actually would support that. But that strikes me as a subtle difference that is largely going to get lost on our constituents, and that we can't guarantee stands over time or is clear to people that hear what we're, the stand that we're taking. So I think I'm still a no on this one.
Yeah, I actually, just to explain a little bit more, I am not particularly in favor of the move from 3 to 5, and that's just my perspective on governance. I do think it's a good idea for it to go to a vote. I mean, that to me is pretty much a no-brainer, though I chose not to sign that petition. But I just don't believe it's appropriate for us to take a position on whether or not it should go on ballot. So that's my application.
Okay. So it is 4 to 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3.
And actually in that.
Oh, no,
case-
4 to.
No, it's 4 to 1.
You're okay, 4, yeah, you're good, okay.
Yeah. So 4 trustees would like to support this going on the ballot. 2 are not in favor of that. 1 is absent. So.
Are we allowed to speak again?
Yeah.
Just to clarify, we don't want to put you guys in any sort of a position to, feel that, you've overstepped it or that you've, mucked up and accidentally, supported the content as opposed to this going on the ballot. So I think we would commit to just whatever language you give us that, you're comfortable with. That's all we will do. And we will certainly try to wait until other groups have also weighed in so that you're not,
Are we gonna do a resolution? Is that what we
That was-
expect to do?
That was my next question.
New resolution ratified and it's gonna be.
To state what the majority vote is.
Yeah.
State it clearly that this is put on the ballot, not. to-
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that would have your language in it.
Yeah, perfect.
And I would like that resolution to also include a statement that we are not taking a position
Yes.
for or against the actual measure. Yes, but
Yeah.
to clarify that.
And I feel like we'll have many municipalities who feel similarly. So it will be important. I just want to let you know that we will act with integrity about this. So in no way would we say, I'm going to endorse it, but we would, find a way to say, to share your resolution, whatever. You give us.
We would anticipate that, and if that were to go astray, we would let you know.
I'd say, you know where I live, and call me Duncan if you see something.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Appreciate it.
I want to say thank you all for doing this work. It's hard work. And it's like late at night and I appreciate all of you. And I think Lions really punches above its weight, just listening to what you guys are talking about. So. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the best.
Okay, let's take a break, everybody.
Yep. All right.
We're live.
Okay, great. Thanks, everybody. Before we get started on consent agenda, I would like to move that we swap items 1 and 2 in general business, so that we'll be discussing the 402 main agenda request as item 1 and the CWPP as item 2. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Let's put that on.
And that motion passes
Thanks,
unanimously.
everybody, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, would you please read the consent agenda?
Yes, item 1 are the February 17th, 2026 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes, and item 2 are the March accounts payable.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Is there a second? Okay. Any discussion? Okay. Vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
For boards and commissions, we are not having an HHSC update this evening. Look for that in the future. And it is my pleasure to appoint Peter Cowdery Corbin to the Ecology Advisory Board and Jason Gaines to the Utilities and Engineering Board. So thank you both for willing to serve. Okay, so let's move on to what is now item 1 of general business, which is the request from 402 Main.
Try to keep this brief. Sharon's tired. Thank you for bumping me up. Good evening, Mayor Rogan and trustees. Thank you for having me tonight. As some of you might recall, I applied for the Colorado Community Revitalization Tax Credit through the Office of Economic Development on behalf of 402 Main last year, but our project wasn't selected. We were, however, invited to reapply, which I am in the process of doing. So after our denial, I met with the program manager to better understand where our application could improve. One of the primary pieces of feedback was that the panel wanted to see more diversity in our capital sources. As a for-profit project, we're categorically ineligible for most of the foundations and grant programs that OEDIC typically looks for. They have a list of recommended funders that people should try to access funds from. So we've had to get creative. We have bank financing, owner equity, planned electrification credits. We've opened up a community investment vehicle that already has capital committed number of people right now. The TIF commitment for Laura remains essential for the project's viability, but for the purposes of the CRTC evaluation, it's viewed as working capital rather than a discrete capital funding source. A CRTC award would help close our remaining capital gap and add a layer of financial security that the project currently lacks, especially since this tax credit functions a lot more like a grant, and funds that would potentially be received as early as next year. All that said, I'm here to ask for 2 things from the board. First, I'd love an updated letter of support. The one Mayor Rogan signed last April was wonderful, but the project has evolved since then, and we'd love a letter that reflects. My second ask is a little bigger. I'm requesting that the board consider reducing or waiving a portion of the use tax or related fees on our permit invoice. Our permit invoice is in your packet. It's about $110,000. Designating whatever amount you're comfortable with as a formal in-kind municipal contribution. This matters because it would allow us to list the town of Lyons as a named funding partner in our application. Our use tax is very competitively priced, so I'm not suggesting otherwise. But larger towns like Longmont have standing programs that rebate these fees for qualifying commercial projects as a standard economic development tool. We obviously don't have that kind of program. So I'm asking the board to consider a one-time project-specific action that accomplishes the same thing. As a point of reference, if we were doing this project in Longmont, our expected rebate would be somewhere between $34,000 and $76,000 based on the invoice that we've received. If we're awarded the CRTC, it brings up to $1 million to this project. And a pro rata share of that goes directly to tenant finishes for the anchor businesses designed to bring foot traffic to all Main Street businesses. I really appreciate your consideration, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Ray?
Are you requesting a specific amount?
I was leaving it to the board's discretion. I was given guidance what they do in long. And the reason there's such a big range is that the fees, are use tax, it's the use tax in general fund, and so I don't know how that's broken out, and I don't know what big long waves. One or the other, I already forget which one. So I just don't know how we divide that up.
We do have some staff comments on them.
But got another question. This list of, the outstanding invoice basically for, building permit fee and so forth. Are these all the fees that would be due from 402 Main with the completion of their project, or like I didn't see a parks use fee on here.
It's on there. Yeah,
It's on there.
it's combined with the general fund use tax.
Thing that's. Or just like the transformer and the utilities.
That's separate, yeah, they're combined.
And it doesn't include future tenant finish permits.
It doesn't include what?
Future tenant finish permits, so this is just kind of the core shell building.
But there's two kinds of park fee, right?
Yep.
There's a park impact fee. I don't remember the exact words.
That's for residential.
Yeah.
That's only residential.
Yeah.
It's generated.
Based on the square footage.
Right.
Tax goes to
Uh,
parks.
Yeah. then that-
So
So the park fund use tax is basically the 1 cent of the, we have a 3%, we have 3% use tax, so 1% is parks and 2% is general.
The coding behind the scenes split those when the payments come in, but the invoice just reflects the 3%. But they get split once it comes into the towns.
So of these permit fees, what percentage goes to safety?
Yeah, so you'll see two items on there, the building permit fee and the plan review fee. The town in our contract remits 85% of both of those back to Safe Built, so we retain 15% of those two line items. The rest is all, we retain the rest.
I'm sorry, I didn't the second.
So
they
they
say that one more
fee and building permit.
Okay.
How much of the
15% we keep, 85 goes to state though. And the same with plan review, that 11,472, 85% of that goes to safe bill.
And what's the least amount that would move the needle in terms of getting this?
I mean, the Office of Economic Development hasn't been super clear with me. But I mean, I think a meaningful contribution, it would just be nice to, anything nice to.
Okay.
Can I ask a question of staff regarding precedent?
Yes.
I'm just curious, in this kind of project, has the town of Lions waived?
The most recent project we did it was Summit Housing. We reduced the use, we eliminated
Yeah, but that was my next point, is like, there's no
precedent.
there's nothing in the code we have to eliminate or reduce the use tax.
Right.
What we used in Summit and other projects is we can waive other types of fees and expenses related to the application. And so we basically offset it is what we did. So that would be the precedent, but not for a private.
And there's one other factor, the use fee has to be paid, it would be a rebate.
Yeah.
It would be a rebate of the use tax, not a waiving of.
And then, right.
Well, I think you'd offset other people if they took place, and we're not gonna collect other administrative fees.
We don't have authority, you're saying, to rebate use tax?
No, we can't.
There's nothing in here, nothing in the code currently. You do have a general authority to do it if you, I think we made it in the code to do it. So, and there's nothing, if you search waiver or rebate, there's nothing in the code. The only waiver provisions for waiver modification fees, expenses related to applications.
Yeah, Director Eystone Swinburne too.
So in my experience, if you're interested in, it would be rebating essentially use tax. Usually what they have done is they pay the use tax and then certain circumstances have to be met before the rebate can happen. And a lot of times that's with use tax, sales tax, even real property taxes. So I don't know if anything has ever been in the code, Brandon, and my example that I'm using is Broomfield, but specifically, but that is how they handled it. The use tax, everything was paid. And then once certain circumstances were met, then the rebate would take place.
Trustee Williams?
Yes, Director Estone, I can give you an example of having done that on my project. There was some question about whether we intended to waive one or the other of the park fees, and ultimately decided that it was the park use fee. And the way that we did it was that the town, by amendment to the development agreement, agreed to waive collection of the park use fees, where that debt of the developer would then be offset by the next fee that was required of the developer by the town. So it was just as you said, Director Eystone, it was applied to other invoices that the town sent to me, the developer.
Yeah, that's a fee versus a tax, though.
Yeah.
Sorry?
So it's a fee versus.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Brandon.
No, I think we're saying the same thing. It's like, it's how we do it is the important part.
Right, yes.
So, Victoria, I think you mentioned staff had some input.
Oh, we just wanted to just make sure the board knew that it is a hard dollar amount we pay to Safe Belt. And, that's not something that we absorb, it's their actual cost for processing.
So let's take a little straw poll, and I wanna see whether the board is amenable to figuring out some amount to rebate. Of course, it needs.
So the URA contribution, URA arrangement is not really counted as in-kind enrichment property.
No, because the way they look at it as sources and uses, so direct capital sources, and because of the way it's distributed kind of in the future over time and isn't guaranteed, it's more viewed as working capital. As a capital source. This kind of the timing of the cash flow.
I guess I've got a question, and I've noticed that there hasn't been construction activity in the last couple of weeks. Is that because this further construction dependent on getting this financing?
No, we just don't have our kind of.
Their permit is going through one last round of review.
No.
There were a few outstanding comments that I think. You have resubmitted that are back in review.
I don't worry about setting a precedent with this particular one because this is our most important one. You know, like, I mean, maybe the ones that's north, it's, but this is the most important one in town. So to me, there would be a reason to make sure it looks nice, is done, and still. It seems rather convoluted for what you're suggesting, Lee and Brandon. That's the only way we could get at that.
We don't have any authority to directly rebate use tax currently in the code. It seems like other places might, but there's ways we can offset it, basically the same amount, which is what we've done on other projects.
And that could be in this, in like the park use.
The amount equivalent to that could be offset versus other fees.
We also could amend the code by the time they got the process up.
That'd be the other
Which is
option.
probably some flexibility we should give ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's when we get to look more into how to do it, but.
To answer your question, I'm amenable to something, and I have a suggestion, but to a limited extent.
Trustee Williams?
I think we should try to do something. I think this is an opportunity for us to leverage dollars, not just to save the project dollars, but to bring other dollars into the project by setting an example. I think our primary way of facilitating this project has been to clear the way for entitlements and to have created a LURA and have the LURA make most of the financial contribution. So I don't feel that we're obliged to make a huge financial contribution and waive all of the permit fees and take safe built on our own shoulders. But I would like to make some show of support by knocking out one or more of these items so that we can be included in the capital stack.
Mr. Will?
Just one question. So the Boulder County open space and recycling tax, we collect that and then pay it to the county, correct?
We don't get it, we transfer.
It goes directly to them?
No,
We transfer it. We collect it and then we submit it to them.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
we can't reduce it.
Yeah, I think there's some combination of these. We could probably make an accommodation. There won't be a fee.
I think it's an important project that we need to support, but never decided on a number.
And I agree. I think, you know, we all sat through hours and hours of economic conversations. Was that last week? And, I think this is it's an important way to stand, and, you know, we're just so appreciative of the work that you all are doing, and, going vertical, and so there's unanimous support for doing something. Now let's figure out what that's. Okay. And Trustee Browning, you have an idea.
Suggestion, we keep doing my calculator. My suggestion would be to waive the town's portion of the building permit fee and the plan review fee. We still have to come out of pocket to pay safe bill, which I calculate is $1,720 for one and $26.47 for the other. And partly due to not exactly the same precedent, but similar precedents we've done with Summit and the Echo Street project. I would also propose that we waive a rebate. We end up doing that offset, whatever ends up being done. The park portion of the new staff. Not the general, the one, yes, so basically 1/3 of that, which I think is 13,900 items together, and I'm at $17,000 plus.
What's the total?
If I get my math right, and somebody better check it based on history, 17,296 is what I came up with, and that would be the 15% of those other two fees plus 1/3 of the use tax, which basically be part portion of it.
I like that too. I was actually gonna suggest the fees, but not the tax, but I like that approach to the tax.
To clarify a little bit on the parks portion of it, this building is being built, is replacing a prior building.
Yes.
Which, to be Mayor Pro Tem's point, I'm not setting a precedent, because we don't face that situation very often, and so, you know, the portion of our taxes that by our code is dedicated to the parks, it's not gonna make any difference on the parks between what was there before, and in fact, we may have reduced the number of users, and, you know, to the extent it has any effect on parks at all. This may actually, I don't can't see, it's kind of, in a way, it's sort of like double collecting park. From this park.
In 1979 and.
Yeah, and what,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I get it. I get the logic. What do other folks think?
Trustee Brian, can you tell me again on the park?
So
the general fund use tax, you're suggesting
1/3 of that,
33%.
yeah, which is, and I may have.
15%, yeah, that's right.
And my math isn't right, you're correct.
No,
I moved my math.
15/4 of.
Okay, yeah, I'm suggesting waiving the parks portion of that, because 1/3 of it. And my math is- Let's see, yeah.
You see,
Yes.
And we can have the finance director.
Yes.
Pay her salary to do just this. I'm really curious to know what the finance director. Does.
18,434.79.
That's the total.
Approximately.
Give or take half of it.
Right.
I'm wondering if there's a staff reaction to this proposal.
The rationale seems sound. Just also, I think Director Kaplan had just kind of chimed in. I want to make sure the board heard that there's an additional fee that's not on here yet for the electric. So just if you're thinking about magnitude that they're still gonna be paying to the town, they're roughly 40.
Yeah.
40,000.
That isn't anything coming to the town, cost of transport, the cost of our contractor doing the work,
Okay.
so. And then there's the water rights. But if that's already been obtained, then that may not be anything. There is the water cap fee. 2,700 goes to Longmont, and then there's the rest of it. That's our point.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Lowe?
So Mark's idea, yeah. And waiving the dumping permit fee.
Not entirely, waiving our portion.
Yeah, just 15%. 15%.
15%.
So
Because
already,
we pay Safe Built 85%, right?
That's the.
You know, if that feels like a good number to the board, great. If not, you could do half of the general fund use tax.
Well, let's ask, does that sound like a good number to for it to be?
We are grateful for as much as the town is.
She's being politically. You were
I
hoping for
don't want to be
30.
greedy, but on the same hand, I will take anything for.
Brandon?
Oh, I assume that what's important is the number and not how we get there, yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
Important to me how we get there.
It's important to, yeah, it's important to the board. We get there. I'm not sure it's important to the applicant how we get there in terms of your goals.
Yeah.
You just need to show them a number.
I would like it to feel like a meaningful number. That long is a good kind of base case being our neighbor, but they do have a lot.
we're not one. We're just not.
And actually getting there this way, we've waived parts of 2 fees and parts of either. It's actually like 3 different types of contributions, which I would hope would help.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes, please.
If we were to add the $50 technology fee. If we were to do that, then we could say that we have waived every fee for which we as a general town are responsible. There are a few other fees that, we have to pay Safe Built, we have to pay Boulder County for open space, we have to pay the water fund, but we will have taken out every fee that we have direct responsibility for on the behalf of the full
And
town.
we're happy to put that in the letter.
That suggestion's worth $50.
Is it, if we wanted, what was the water number you said, the 2,700?
That's what we pay Longmont.
No, that's the 15. You said 2 water numbers.
Out of the 17,500 tap fee, 2,775, I think it is, goes to Longmont. The other.
I'm not sure I'm willing to talk about waiving a tap. fee.
They were talking.
Yeah,
We're talking precedent that would.
We can stay out of water, we can stay out of the electric utility, we
Yeah.
can stay out of open space, we can stay out of Safe Built, but we can give you everything that we can take out of our own pocket.
That'll take it to 18.
Thank you. And 79 cents, right?
Can we round it to that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And we'll look forward to signing a revised letter of support. Yes.
So when can we expect a building permit?
Looks like the comments are probably due in a couple days. I think we had like 2 comments outstanding. I think we're really close.
Really, really close to going vertical,
I think so.
like before spring break, next thing?
He's the boss.
I think we're gonna need to bring back an agreement to effectuate.
If it's gonna do that,
We'll put it on.
do you think we should also direct same time, because we can get it done before this comes back? The attorney to draft a code amendment that gives us the flexibility to waive use taxes. I think we should have that flexibility. Doesn't mean you exercise it.
Yeah, I wanna do some research on that, how.
Yeah.
I see other people have it.
Sure. Going through this common process every time doesn't make sense.
The staff keeps.
Future agenda, but I'd like to
You should explore.
There's no point, like, how about cutting red tape? That administrative red tape.
Thank you.
Thanks for your patience.
She still has one.
I know. Sorry. All right, let's move on then to the CWP. I think, so we heard that earlier. I think the outstanding question that was raised by my colleagues is, what legal obligations are we under if we sign this CWP?
I mean, I need to look at the language. I mean, I it's not prepared to answer that question.
Yeah,
But we can pull up the language. I mean, I could, try. Do you have the exact?
It's gonna be the recommendations, I think, right, that are gonna be.
But where does it say that, we agree to do retroactive enforcement? That's what we did.
Right, and I don't know that there's anything in there that says it. You could try to read through how it is.
Trustee Bernie, you read some, you have that language in front of you where.
Page 61. It's in there.
We're approving an agreement that says we should do this.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have specifics of exactly what we should do, so obviously some discretion is left.
well, obviously some discretion is left for whose part. I mean, to me, that's, saying that we should do this is a little too obtuse.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to say that we should be signing on to this until I know if it binds us to a particular approach. I mean, I think we have to go retro. I don't think there's a question about that. I think we probably have to figure out how to go 5 feet and pay the people who use the point. But I'm not willing to have the CWP force me to do that.
No, and this is still out for review. They are still collecting comments on it. I'm not willing to commit to signing anything until we see it.
Just looking at the language, I mean, it says town line should adopt a welfare resiliency code. It's not shall. Which would seem to indicate flexibility in how we do it.
There's some in there because it doesn't say if we should, what we should do is retroactive, whether it's fences, roofs, whatever, so.
It does seem to focus on the first 5 feet.
It does look that. We had. Ordinance in front of us tonight on the first, you gotta be in favor of it, so that doesn't bother me.
It's funny, I would too. Like, well, I would, because I know how we're gonna pay for it for the folks that are, like really old, unlike,
We can do this.
we can do it. But there are old people out there.
Not dealing.
Not my husband.
Just because you're elderly, though, doesn't mean they don't have money to hire someone to do it. Some people,
Well, that's true.
there are
So-
a lot of elderly people in town.
So this general business item is feedback and recommendations on the CWP.
Yeah, no decisions have to be made tonight. We hope to bring this back to you in final form. Our goal, and what Aaron on that committee was April 6th,
Okay.
where I heard Chief tonight now say summertime. So, we would just like to have feedback from this group on the Alliance section and other parts of the document. To be able to take back to them by our next, if you want to put this on your next meeting.
I think my only real feedback on it is to make sure that the housing numbers are right, and if they're talking about properties versus dwelling units, to just make that clear.
And the once I did look more carefully at it, sure enough, the Stone Canyon was not in the Stone Canyon section. So.
It isn't, but I did in another table find that it said Stone Canyon number.
Right,
It
yeah,
said
maybe it was the
47.
table one was one I was responding to. Yeah.
That's the one like
the
Eagle
numbers were
Canyon.
right.
Eagle,
On the whole,
yeah. Sorry.
I was very favorably impressed by it. I mean, I'm like, oh, God, 298 pages. I mean, I really got into it. It's like, it's a really well put document.
Yeah.
So the chief did say when he was leaving, he was hoping to be able to have it done by this board. If that's not possible, that's fine, but the way it's lined out, when I got the contractor, is they're hoping to get their comments by this Friday. And they're going to then have till the meeting, the Thursday before our meeting, and they are going to be done with what we have in the contract. If we have to go back and make more changes, we will have to amend that. And so that's why when I was trying to do the workshop was to try to say, is there anything such as the numbers for the housing that was mentioned or anything else that you would like to see so that when this came back next time, if those items were in there, it would appear that it is complete, viable. And I can't open my computer and it says it was the third line to that, as what the State Forest Service says it should be. So that you'd be voting to sign that
Yeah,
as one of your last.
The only
items.
other question for me related to it would be a Brandon question, which is, are we legally bound by it? If we're not, would you say it doesn't look like we are because it doesn't say shall, it says should?
I mean, the retroactive piece, if
Yeah.
we're relying upon that
Yeah.
sentence, I don't think you can read that to say we have an obligations, you should.
And there's other, just to be clear, there's other items in here that says the town of Lyons should, right? This is one example.
Yeah, there's several.
Are there any examples of items where it says the town of Lyons shall? It just was going through the should with my control up. I don't know if you can control. Yeah, thank you.
A prime example that I actually had a question on is making Upper Fifth one way. I think that's a suggestion rather than we're not deciding right tonight. When we prove this, we're not deciding to make Upper Fifth one way.
That's what I
It certainly shouldn't.
On mine.
Yeah.
Upper Fifth is very narrow and should be made one way, and I said Upper Fifth is very narrow. Could it be made one way?
Yeah. Exactly.
If they want to
During
recommend it.
evacuation, you mean?
Which no, they just think
Just
there are
in general.
places, they think alleys that should be one way and should recommend it.
Well, that would be. I've been enforcement.
We could clarify.
Upper Fifth being what it is.
Well, should.
We should, that particular one, never take up without getting into.
Oh, you don't, you think?
Yeah.
The word,
We do frequently.
the word shall is not, in that, at least if my computer search works.
We could clarify that in improving resolution. State. We're not.
Yeah, the only shall is Marshall.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of other, I mean, if you want feedback,
Yeah,
my feedback generally, like I said, I think the Davidovich, I think it's an excellent draft. It's got some very salient points in there that I agree with. I've worked on it. We didn't work on this, but we just discussed the WI code and retroactivity and stuff with the task force, and this is generally in line with those discussions. Couple of specific comments. There's another suggestion in here several times is on how to deal with the problem. That's if you go to, if you start looking at a 30-foot area, probably most parts of Lyons, you're getting on the neighboring properties. You go 30 feet out from my house and even directly, you're now doing two properties. There's a suggestion in here for something that they came up with called mitigation easements, agreements between the two property owners. That's not the happening in the real world. If your next door neighbor is agreeable to you hiring somebody to cut down his juniper tree, you can do it. You're not gonna sign one of these. I think that was realistic. There's also in a statement on page 72 that with regard to the town that says volunteers are being used to accomplish certain things. We're not doing that very often. I don't know if there's some assumption here that the town has the ability to call out volunteers to help on some of this project. Maybe that's something that we should do, but right now, we don't really have that capability. I mean, to make sure that they know that. Then the other comment was the possibility of making Upper Fifth one way. I think that would require a lot of public input. But in general, I think this is better than I expected. We put it that way.
me too. It was better than I expected and it took longer than I expected to get it to this point.
Oh, another question is in here several times. I don't understand the concept. I don't understand exactly what they mean by restriping. Something CDOT would have to do, the highway between Apple Valley Road and Main.
I don't know the
You're gonna
specifics
put two lanes there for stripes, is it wide enough?
They'd like to make something so that when they're doing evacuation,
Right.
they can get people out in the proper way. One is really up to CDOT, but we have to see what the engineers recommend, and so they do put the language in there talk to CDOT about the possibility of doing that.
Is that road wide enough to two striped lanes there?
They seem to think so. I looked a little bit, I don't know.
That's not.
I know, that's, you want feedback,
But that,
feedback number one is, I'm not sure that road's wide enough there, maybe it is, but I don't know.
and I do think these are things we want, because if we don't think easement agreements are feasible, then they probably shouldn't be in there, because we're saying that this is not realistic to do that. So if the rest of the board also felt that easement agreements should maybe be removed, we can recommend that. I can go back to say the town.
Even like an easement agreement, maybe you could plat it, potentially if you were doing a subdivision and say, there's a maintenance easement that's shared amongst all these homes. I mean, so it could be a strategy, is the strategy.
For existing homes, I'm gonna enter into an actual contract.
No,
maybe.
yeah, but I think for a new subdivision, or you're gonna replat something, you could do.
Which we don't have and haven't had for 25 years, so.
I think we're getting a little off topic. Let's roll this.
Anyway, there's a question whether that's.
Do you have it?
I've said on other topics that I think trying to wordsmith some of this when we've got an agreement generally, and then there may be some ideas that we feel more strongly in supportive of, and other ideas that we're more skeptical of, is not worth the board or the town's time to try to get every concept and every word exactly right. Of the things that have been mentioned, the three that strike me as worth a change personally are the one-way conversion becoming a might, not a will. I'm fine with the retrofit language on closer inspection. I think there are things inside of 5 feet that we want to do. And like we're saying, there can be no combustibles inside of 5 feet, which I don't think it says. And getting the property numbers solved, hopefully not by changing numbers, which is way more complicated than it sounds, but just by adding a definition that says we're talking about the number of structures, not the number of parcels, not the number of dwelling units. And out of those three things, I think it's worth doing them. Personally, other people might feel strongly about some other ones, but in my mind, the fewer the better. Let's get on with it.
Could not agree with you more. Anything else?
I'd sign this today.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with it. I mean, I have a few questions here, but when it comes to accepting the draft as is, I mean, I really appreciate the issues and recommendations that are listed here. I would love to have further discussion on what our priority is and what we tackle first, whether it be, retroactive requirements, naming the valleyways and things like that. But I feel like that's another discussion.
It is.
Yeah, so I'm quite happy with the way it is, and I appreciate having those recommendations.
So you will communicate this input to the team?
Yeah.
Great. Really great work. So Aaron, thanks for being on that. I know it's been a huge.
Been a while.
Yeah. Okay, then let's move on to the follow-up on the demolition moratorium and historic preservation. This is the champion tonight. Yeah.
No worries. All right. So as you all recall, I'm gonna kind of skip ahead here, just get to kind of the heart of this. So we've been discussing over a number of months a historic preservation demo moratorium in effect on this map. We don't need to go through the background. We talked to the board in January, and you all directed us to do kind of a combination of option 2, which was create a stay of demolition process, and pair that with incentives in order to try and achieve some preservation goals. So we had the chance to kind of circle back with the chairs and PCTC, EVC, and HPC to kind of try and refine this for you with a not a proposal, but just kind of the next iteration of the conversation. Applicable geography downtown. Definition of demolition still needs a little work, but I think it would be, either the entire structure, prioritizing the street facing facades, including exterior building components of street facing facades, but not things like paint, things like that. So they want to do something on the back, we would let that go. Age of applicability, anything 50 years of age or older, we really don't have good information to set otherwise at this point. So we iterated on a proposal in terms of the process for what the process could look like. So it'd be an automatic stay of demolition would be placed upon issuance, or excuse me, acceptance of a demolition application. That would start the process. We get the application, it would start the process. It would be, and again, I think we need to refine the timeline anywhere from 30 to 60 days. And what would happen during those 30 to 60 days, staff and an HPC subcommittee, so 2 members of HPC would meet with the applicant, discuss the project, discuss the building, discuss what we know, if we think it's worth landmarking, things like that. Offer potential incentives. We're going to get to that in a minute. Including zoning incentives, financial incentives that we could use to maybe try and just add more information that might help change an outcome potentially. And then HPC during that process would offer kind of a an optional design review meeting in front of the full HPC board if the applicant would find that helpful to look at their proposal for changes, for best practices, things like that. Following the stay, the clock runs out, the applicant can move forward at will. No more further delay in historic preservation. Alternatively, maybe they are interested in landmarking and go down it. So we talked extensively with Planning Commission, PCDC, about possible zoning incentives the town could offer to try and offset some of the value associated, or recognizing the value associated with historic preservation. And the primary one that comes up for us is reduction or elimination of off-street parking. So off-street parking, removes development potential on a lot. And so by waiving that requirement, it potentially is adding some value. I think PCDC generally supported this idea. I think we'd have to talk about whether or not they have to landmark to have these available. We'd have to talk about that with all of these, or, they just preserve it through their major development plan. So I'm going to pause here. And this is kind of the first, I guess I should have gone back to the process too. Do you want me to go through the whole thing, or do you want me to
Let's go
pause
through
there?
the whole
Okay.
thing and then we'll walk back through.
All right, so yeah, parking, reduction or elimination of off-street parking. Second would be increasing development capacity in a lot through some more flexibility in some of the heights and setbacks. I think staff and PCDC really don't feel, after discussion, that height is necessarily an appropriate waiver in all instances, maybe in some. But I think we're more sensitive to height. I think with setbacks, I think we, staff and PCDC agreed that could be on the table for consideration. And then finally, we talked about additional flexibility on permitted uses. It gets a little trickier in our code when we think about uses, but maybe some additional allowance for residential, maybe some expanded uses for short-term rentals. I think that was kind of one area they talked about. Some of these smaller buildings, for example, in our downtown are much smaller in scale, right? And so maybe using a short-term rental without having a primary business also on site might be feasible as a short-term rental instead of maybe, so is that a worthy exchange to preserve that structure? Finally, the topic of transfer of development rights came up, which is essentially you create a sending area, which would be our downtown. And you kind of sell it would be a private market transaction between property owners, maybe in the eastern corridor, right? Maybe they could have an additional story of height out there in exchange for preservation on a property. We have not evaluated this for market readiness. It's certainly a program some communities use, but I don't know that Lions is viable at this point in time. Also open to any other ideas for zoning incentives. In terms of financial incentives, HPC would recommend consideration of, and Trustee Bergman or Part-Time Williams, you were part of this, similar to the conversation for 402 Main, an actual program with policies set in place that are a little more predictable around like building permit fee waivers, use tax waivers, things like that, or use tax rebates, so that there's some degree of predictability that if you preserve, the town will do X in return. So that's all I have. Happy to, I'm not trying to rush it. I just also don't want to take more time than you want.
Well, really appreciate the work on this. Thank you. And maybe let's go back to the beginning.
Go back to the process.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what you're looking for from us is some direction. And is the end result of this going to be memorialized as an internal process for staff?
This would require a code amendment.
Okay,
I believe we would need an ordinance in order to, I think that's the best way is to actually put this in an ordinance, to empower and create the ability to kind of stand up a subcommittee and for us to actually delay issuance of a demo permit, we would need an ordinance.
okay. And EVC has seen this.
EBC has talked about it, but I don't know that they have gone very deep into this proposal.
So maybe what we do, I'm just thinking process wise, especially as the board's gonna be turning over. Maybe what we do is, this board formulates our recommendations, right? And those recommendations get sent through the EDC and the HPC and do one more rounded input. And the EDC hopefully as part of that would be able to reach out to business community a little bit.
That sounds good.
Yes, EBC talked about this in an earlier iteration and expressed some concerns with it, but they have not discussed it. They also have a new chair, just started last month, but since then, and they were a missing member or two for a while and adding a new downtown business owner as a member. So I think some more time for them to look at it in their kind of reconfigured EDC would be well worthwhile.
And to me, it's okay if the moratorium expires while we're still.
Okay, just want to add PCDC, while not, this wasn't really kind of their area of focus for the recommendation. They had a lot of skepticism that this short of a stay would affect change. So I don't know if you want to summarize that in greater detail, but.
This short meaning 30 or 60, no, you can't go with
either.
Well, but you can't get much done like physically, but you can make some decisions.
Yeah, I think they just were hesitant that without meaningful incentives paired with a 30 to 60 day stay, a business owner is likely to just kind of factor that into their development timeline and just kind of ride it out.
Just wait for the month or two to toll and
Yeah.
ignore our efforts to engage in discussions.
Did PCDC have a recommendation?
UCDC, I think, was split between people who, I think PC was undecided. It wasn't even as though each individual had made their own choice, but they were undecided as to whether we as a community wanted to take a more aggressive stance toward preservation. They believed that this stance had very little value.
I mean, the HPC felt like this stance does have some value in that, but it primarily gives us as an opportunity to say, have you thought about this? And these incentives might exist. And that is, they understand that they're not the ones who will determine what those incentives might be. But primarily just informational to those doing it. So that was their primary, and that was in the January meeting.
Great. And I agree. I think if you pair a pause with something meaningful that they can learn about, I think you have a higher likelihood that you would move a needle on a decision to preserve the property. I don't know that just a conversation might help us some, but I think without incentives, it would probably be hard pressed to see change.
The comment I would have, besides EDC needs more study on this, is I think there's some assumption that somehow the owners of potentially historically significant buildings do not already know that there are potential incentives out there for historic preservation. I think most of them are very smart property owners, and I think most of them probably already know that. They may not know the details, but I think the assumption that they need to be educated, I'm not sure that there's really that much of a need, but even if you assume that they do, there's absolutely nothing stopping the town and HBC at any time from compiling a list of these are the benefits and the potential detriments of historic designation. And once the HBC completes its survey, it's going to do of which buildings are worthy of that. You can go forward with that process at any time. You don't have to wait till somebody files a demolition request. Why not go ahead and educate them?
Well, I think the HPC, since I was the liaison on the HPC in 2020, has been trying to do that, but people are busy and not interested,
and that I think is the bottom line, is that most of them aren't interested. Just like when the potential designation of our old part, the part of our town hall building, and when we looked at it, as a board and decided we don't think it's worth doing. And I think most business owners are capable of making that decision.
Well-
Sure, you should give them all the information. But I think the idea that you wait until they file a demolition permit and all of a sudden then you need to educate them, I don't think you need to wait. And I think most of them are probably already educated. See, I don't really see the purpose of that. I think it assumes that our property owners don't have the ability to do that already.
Don't think it assumes that.
I don't think that was in the spirit of the HPC.
And to be clear on the cover memo, I think there's an option 4 that's missing, which is go back to the status quo ante before all this happened. I don't think any of this is necessary in the storage.
Point heard.
I think some of the historic stuff in town is obvious, but if you're gonna set a trigger of more than 50 years, which disturbs me. Then if there's a proposal for somebody to tear down that whole dairy bar, blood depot complex, which is clearly more than 50 years old. It's just an old hotel. I mean, we really want them to go through this.
Actually, I would say yes, we do. And
I'm sorry. But for historic preservation purposes.
for the purposes of preserving a structure that is meaningful to the town. And here's the thing, I think that, I think a 30 to 60 day stay, yes, they may just build that into their development plan. Okay, that's fine if people want to do that. But if there is a chance that this could preserve some businesses in town, if there's a chance it could enhance the Shopette to start looking like a cool mid-century place because there's some sort of incentive for the property owner to do that, I see no reason to not do this. I think there's only upsides.
The actual example that was given about that was Palm Springs, related to that specific property. So, because, well, if you start looking at it, like how they handle properties like that in Palm Springs, yeah, they do mid-century kind of stuff. So, I think having, these people care deeply about, they want to do their job with the HPC. And I think they feel like they just want to communicate the options before stuff gets thrown down.
I think that's fair.
Can I ask what the status of that grant is? There's a 25K grant to do the survey. Do you know where it stands?
Yeah.
They submitted their letter, they submitted all of their information. Was that last week? Recently, and they are going. She told me today, they're going out tomorrow to identify their top properties, residential and commercial.
Yeah, 22 or 23 properties to find out the history of those specific properties.
Yeah. And then they're doing a photo shoot of them to send in with their.
Right.
I think this is not the strongest proposal ever for protecting the heritage of Lyons, but I think it's the strongest for which we could reach consensus right now. I think if we tried to do something that was substantially stronger, then we'd face probably reasonable objections from the people who are affected by it. I think this puts a very modest burden on people, particularly if we choose 30 over 60, but we also have to be fully prepared when we get that demolition permit to mobilize a whole SWAT team to do everything in our power to promote whatever we think might be a positive outcome.
Yep.
And that'll mean staff time and maybe HPC time and who knows whoever else might get involved. I don't think there will be a lot of those instances. It's narrowed by the scope of the buildings that we're talking about, and then by the number that are undergoing proposed actual demolition by our definition. So I don't think there will be that many times when we have to do that sprint. But if we're committed to this, that is one way to make a minor adjustment without a major obstruction to economic development. I'm for it. I am concerned that our moratorium lasts for 8 months and expires before this board is up. So if we were to try to fine tune this or try to expand it or try to very carefully figure out what that SWAT team's job is, there's a pretty good chance that it would expire and it would be on the agenda of the next board where we may or may not have a consensus and where they'll have a lot of things that they also have to take on. So if we're willing to do something modest on this, I would do what's in front of us and I would do it now.
Yeah, I agree with you and I would let staff figure out the implementation.
So maybe talk about incentives.
Yes.
Yes.
So I think, kind of in my experience, I think you can get. I think without the town bringing something, in exchange for the value of preservation, I think this potentially shows that the town recognizes that. I think one way that in the short term, I would say won't negatively impact the town of Lyons in most instances. Again, who knows how often this would come into play, would be the reduction or elimination of the requirement for off-street parking. We had this conversation for 402 Main, right? And we also haven't done a parking study in quite a while. We have a number of new spaces on Broadway. Over time, if a lot of property owners took advantage of this and we had a flurry of redevelopment that didn't provide off-street parking, the town might have to come up with some solutions, including the cost to fund parking, either a garage or not a garage, but probably a surface lot or some other improvements, right? So over time, this potentially could negatively impact the towns that we'd be offloading that requirement to the town to fulfill, but in the near term, I wouldn't be concerned. And often what we find as planners is even if the town isn't requiring parking, the market, the lender, there's a lot of other factors that which a developer might want to add parking, even if it's not required by the town. So I think this is something that feels pretty straightforward from staff's opinion that could actually be meaningful in some cases.
But aren't there a couple of blocks where there is no?
Yeah.
No, so there's a couple, we have some exemptions in our code, but it's only exempt if you are using it for sales tax generating space. So it's not the entirety of a building potentially.
And we're just talking about giving staff and ultimately the board
Yeah.
the authority to alleviate it as an option. We're not saying that it has to happen for every project.
Yeah.
I think we'd need to decide, right? And do you have to landmark to do that? Do you have to do it? Do you have to just preserve it through your development plan for the life of this project, right? So I think
I'm
there's,
not in favor of requiring landmarking for anything,
okay,
quite honestly. 'Cause
All
I
right.
don't think that would get us anywhere.
general support, or go ahead.
What was it? You're gonna cover the setbacks?
Yes, we're gonna do that next. Yeah. General support, it looks like if this whole concept moves forward for parking reductions or waivers. Yes. Zoning incentives, so again, another way to increase development capacity on the lot, and what we see here typically is. There's a historic building on the site, it probably already has some nonconformities, right? In a lot of instances it does. And one way, in those types of projects often require zoning flexibility in my experience. So this is one way where you're providing a developer some certainty. If you preserve, say, this side of the building, we're willing to give you a lot more flexibility on the rest of the setbacks. What's interesting in our code, and I didn't really realize this until I kind of put this table together, is how different our commercial downtown and our commercial zone district standards are. And that's something I think we should talk about as future board. But when you look at it, these are blocks right next to each other, right? So commercial downtown is a lot more flexibility on the setbacks, whereas the commercial is fairly restrictive. 25-foot front, 25-foot rear. I think PCDC and staff think setback flexibility seems like a really reasonable offer. I think height, we all had a little bit more concern about.
Yeah, I would be opposed to height, but I would support setback flexibility.
So if we're only talking about preserving the exterior of historic structures.
Yeah.
Then how do setbacks add into that?
So this would come into play, and oftentimes an example would be you have, say, a historic building on site. And as part of a major renovation, maybe they want to do an addition as well, right? So typically if a street facing facade is going its way, or, if they're changing this and a demo is triggered, it's because maybe they're going to do an addition, right? So if they are doing an addition, then they have flexibility on that in recognition of the existing structure. It wouldn't come into play in every instance.
Would we require that addition to also?
Me,
No, so that's what I'm saying. I think in exchange, so any kind of the collective
I'm talking
development.
about the outside facade. of the addition.
if they leave it might be if you leave the front, they'll let you expand to the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good way to say it.
It's swapping a full demolition for an addition instead.
Yeah.
Yeah. They save the front and the
Stay
side.
the front, stay in the front and we'll let you build on the back and into the setback.
Littleton, we saw a lot of them going up and back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They kept the front facade and then they build up a story and then go back.
Or
as
yeah,
far
you
as they
can do
could.
a second story setback or something.
So you're not talking about adding a second story to the front.
No.
Typically, no, usually best, like historic preservation best practices, if you are doing an addition, it requires kind of differentiation and architectural style. You need to be able to
They won't
clearly
be so-
distinguish the historic structure from the new.
They would do the metal top and the.
Well,
brick bottom.
why can't, I mean. We aren't gonna say exactly what they're gonna be, the incentives, it's just these are areas incentives could be negotiated.
I think it depends on the degree to which the board would like to provide certainty.
I think. Yeah,
I think they'll be they would be satisfied with. These are incentives we will consider, not guaranteed.
Right. And to be clear, any of the projects that would have a waiver come into place, most of these would require a major development plan, right? And so I think we could write language in our code that talks about a waiver or exceptions related to historic preservation, and these are kind of the criteria, right? But the whole formal approval would happen through the major development plan process.
They offer any kind of blanket upfront
Yeah.
waiver of permit fees or use taxes without being tied to a specific development.
They would still have to go through a development review, whether that's, I think it's easier for us to be where there's a public hearing and you're looking at the whole package. I think we would need clarity if it's a project that doesn't trigger a public hearing.
I'm saying that's something the board could consider. Assuming we amend the code to give ourselves flexibility to waive use taxes, it's say, yeah, it's something we could consider, but yeah. But you should never commit to that as a blanket upfront.
I don't think anybody's.
Yeah, they do, there, when there's some.
Oh, there's like-
Categories would be considered.
Yeah.
In your. They'll be on board. You know.
I think we'd have special exception criteria or waiver criteria, it sounds like, for historic preservation. Here's the waivers and the criteria is different than all the other waivers that you might consider. Maybe something like that. Okay, setbacks, yes, height, no. I think that's the consensus. Okay. Anything related to uses, short-term rentals, or is that maybe a broader discussion we wanna?
I think that's I think that's a broader discussion.
Okay.
I think that's no words we don't wanna open on a case by case basis. And I think transfer of development rights, you're absolutely right. Maybe someday in the future that might be useful for Lions, but yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So in terms of next steps, an ordinance would have to go to PCDC first, so we don't have to, go ahead.
Before we get to
Yeah.
Yes.
putting a wrap on this,
Yeah.
is there any distinction between residential and commercial? Or are we saying exactly the same thing about both?
Well, so that's a good question to confirm the area for which this process would apply. Again, I think for now, the three commissions have been assuming it's just the area in which the moratorium, but again, that's a point the board should confirm.
Yeah.
Which those are all commercially zoned.
Yeah.
That's correct for BHPs.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then financial incentives, I didn't have a slide on that. Is there any desire for the board to, I guess, embed more explicit language about offering financial consider?
What authority do we have to do that as it is? Without it being in this
Do you need it?
section of the code?
We already have fee waiver. I mean, and we can just make cross references like pursuant to this section, we can waive fees, you know, then be considered as a factor.
Yeah.
And then we put in a use tax rebate program, we can cross reference that.
And you know, the board at the time can make that decision on a case by case basis.
With or without or adding it in here?
I'm sorry?
With or without or adding it to this list?
I think add it to the list just to state that the board can decide whether the board would like to waive any fees.
looked upon favorably, this request.
Yeah, I think to the degree you can provide certainty, I think you'll have a better chance of folks opting into this type of program. But I certainly understand, the board's desire to want to look at it on a case by case basis.
I mean, we can't tie the hands of the future board and
Yeah.
we're not in a financial position to be able to offer financial incentives.
Yeah, I think I would resist the temptation to raise that as an option any more than we have to.
Okay. Next up.
Well, if this needs to be an ordinance, I guess, it has to go through PCDC.
I guess a couple things I've heard is whether or not we're gonna take this back out, or do we take the draft ordinance to like PCDC, which would have to go, and then EBC and HBC for kind of referral?
I would like to do that if there's time.
You're shaking your head no.
There will not be time to get this to this board.
Is it in chapter 16 where we put those?
It has to go to
Okay,
PCDC.
then that's good. If it's in chapter 16, it goes to PCDC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, even though we might not be able to pass it in this board, I would like to keep it on behalf of with my colleagues.
So we're talking, so we do an ordinance. That's what I do.
Yeah. Anything else I'm missing?
We would draft an ordinance, take it to the boards, would go to the boards and commissions first, and then PCDC and then boards.
We could do them all kind of at the same time, but
Yeah.
We do that, and then back to the board, absolutely. Correct.
Just for the record, I think this is not a productive use of our time. It's not a priority, but it's a lot of stuff to do with that. It's supposed to be stopped, but I understand I'm in the minority.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you for all the work on this. All right, so next it's trustee reports. I would ask that we do this quickly. Trustee Dati, do we think we can do this quickly?
I have a list of questions. If you can answer yes or no, that would be great. Do you think it would be wise of us to start a Sundance task force before the next board is seated?
No.
Okay,
A lot.
Sundance task force.
I do intend to get that on the EDC this time.
Could you add something to the EDC agenda for me? I'd love an update on the 2024-2026 strategic plan.
Yeah.
Then Gil
Discuss that.
Yeah, I need to bring that up too.
Okay.
Oh,
We talked about the E-Blast, which is specific to the WRC, but I'd really like to come from a how to be proactive approach where we include the rebates and the assessment from wildfire partners. And then I don't know if we're going to revisit retrofits at some point. I have a couple of things, a couple of questions here after the economic forum. One, it was brought up, there was a question asked whether business owners can receive a parking pass even if they are typically reserved for residents. So that's the question a parks pass. And another question was, well, a question actually I was curious about, is there a way for us to communicate how much the town of Lyons contributes to our Main Street businesses versus how much revenue we receive from them? Is there any way that we can create some sort of comparison?
Working on.
That would be awesome. And second, I just want to inform you all that I will not be here for the next meeting. I will be in spring break with my exchange student in California.
Send the cookies with somebody.
So that'll.
I can leave the 10, March 16th.
Okay.
So I'll miss a lot of those activities.
Thank you.
County Advisory Board has arranged for David Neals, the mountain to speak on March 25th. Big library, big deal. 6 p.m. at the library.
What do you think?
Can't all have.
We've already covered all the HPC stuff.
Okay.
Some of the were present on the 18th. We didn't have a quorum. We're going to new member, even though obviously no decisions were made. One topic that they're getting into and that will probably take some time to come up with a recommendation, and it was mentioned briefly at the business forum, is they're looking at restructuring to some extent the water rates. There's a couple of things built into our water rate system. One is that commercial entities, businesses pay more for water than residential with customers do, even though in many cases the cost of the town to deliver the water is the same. Why is that? For historic reasons, nobody's really sure. But that was maybe from the businessman standpoint, it's cost the town the same amount to get green water as it does. You know, the house on the next block, why should I pay more? And secondly, some of the language in the code that describes the commercial water rates is really screwy. I won't go into it all, but it's totally unclear and confusing, and the UEB is looking at revising this.
Thank you.
According to both my recollection and my notes, the BCBC only talked about natural medicine, natural healing. Unless Director Richie has other additions, nothing to add.
So the CML Executive Board met, we discussed a number of bills that could potentially affect Lions. So Trustee Browning, I would recommend that if you are still interested in remaining on the policy committee, you do attend the meetings, even if it doesn't look like the bills may affect Lions, because often they actually would. District Attorney Michael Doherty is going to be holding a Know Your Rights training on April 4th at 1:30 p.m. here at Town Hall. Registration will open soon. His office is handling the registration for that, so we'll make sure that a link gets disseminated to folks for that. In terms of the EVC, the Main Street Board is the
Mayor, I'm
EVC
sorry,
essentially.
is registration going to be required?
Yes. Simply because the capacity is 70. But it will be live streamed. So there's that. So the Main Street Board / EVC put together a strategy document. That in my recollection, I don't remember the board ever being informed of it or discussing it or seeing it. And so I would request that at some point the EDC and the board get together, perhaps it's an EDC presentation to the board of the Main Street strategy, because I think the board should be aware of it and buy into it.
I'm the liaison. I remember that being discussed quite some time ago, but there's a formal document.
There is a formal document that the Main Street Board approved and the Board of Trustees never had input on. I can forward it to you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so yeah, if this is the strategy and they're working with DOLA on this and accepting money and making commitments, the Board of Trustees absolutely needs to know about it.
EVC, they don't have the authority.
No, the Main Street Board for Main Street programs.
Oh.
I know, because the EVC and Main Street are the same entity,
Right.
sort of, it gets a little bit confusing. And so that's all I have. Let's do the summary of action items and then take a brief bio break before we start the executive sessions.
Okay, first I have staff is to work with fire to reconcile number of homes in the report. That was from the workshop. Also discussed was budget the 5,000 for rebates for wildfire. The other 5,000 was to be allocated for projects, and residents can reapply for new projects. And we also want to require wildfire partner certification. Number 3, update on projected year-end balance for the wastewater treatment facility for the next meeting. Next, a future agenda item on sales tax and vendors after the state responds to the finance director. Next, Attorney Dittman is to follow up on the noise bill. Next, discussion on easy retrofit action items for the wildfire code. Next, ordinance 1210 passed on second reading. Number 8, ordinance 1211 passed to second reading. Number 9, ordinance 1212 passed to second reading with amendments. Number 10, board support for the Big Tent BOCO ballot question and a potential resolution at a future meeting. Next, I have the board supports the 402 Main Street request. There will be a letter of support and offset cost per port direction to the amount of $18,500 and bring an agreement back for the board to sign. Next, I have the attorney is to research the town's ability to waive use tax. Following that is board support for the CWPP draft plan with some edits, including corrected number of structures, change the language. Could Fifth Avenue be a one-way? And I think there was two other minor edits. And last I have draft the ordinance for the historic demo provisions en route to PCDC and EBC for review.
And then the last one, have the EBC Main Street group bring forward a presentation with.
So, yeah.
Clerk Vasquez, I apologize if you said this. I was trying to refresh my memory and might have missed your citing it. Did we resolve to turn the agreement with LFPD about enforcement of the WUI code into
Thank you.
a signable agreement?
Is there any concerns on the draft agreement?
I think when we bring
That's a
back
future
the
agenda.
CWP, we also bring that back.
Yeah, that's what I recall.
Okay, I just was wanting feedback and not any concerns. so I
Like this
just-
basic distinction of the building department working the WUI code at improvement and new construction and Lions Fire
Right.
running enforcement on an ongoing basis.
I love
Yeah, that's what it was, yeah. And there was no feedback. I
No
heard.
concerns?
Yeah, I always take more comments as we.
Great.
Okay, let's take a quick break. And then we'll look for some executive sessions. You have a motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
I do. We go into executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6/4024E. And for the purposes of determining positions relevant to matters of subject to negotiation, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators. And to discuss a personnel matter regarding the performance evaluation on Brandon Dickman. And negotiating a legal services agreement with Wilson Williams Bowman Dickman. Also, executive session pursuant to CRS sections 24-6/4024A, B. And 24-6/4024E, to the purpose of determining positions relevant to matters that may be subject to negotiations. Developing a strategy for negotiations and instructing negotiators. And for legal advice from attorneys representing the town regarding a property dispute concerning 060 Stickney Street, Lions Complex.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? No? Vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Nice, we don't have to start a separate Zoom. So Brandon, when I read us in, do I need to read us in for each separate executive session?
So yeah, we'll enter the one, finish that one out, and then read the second one. You read the votes for both already?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, so just read to the script as if we just read to the vote, right? And you'll do the same thing after the vote for the next one. You can't read the instructions at the same time.
Got it. Okay.
Sequentially is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, okay, so we're doing the
Simmons, yeah.
Okay. It is March 2nd.
Session,
Go ahead.
approximately the next half hour, and then we'll be back in the regular meeting. And so the Zoom will be camera off, microphone off for that time period.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay, we should be back in open in just a second.
And I'll email this to Dolores, so.
Okay. Okay.
The time is now 11:25 p.m. and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were myself, Mayor Pro Tem Paula Williams, Trustee Greg Lowell, Trustee Dati, Trustee Reed Williams, Trustee Mark Browning, Attorney Brandon Dittman, and Administrator Victoria Simmons. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of open meetings law, I ask that you state your concerns for the record. Okay, so our last item is resolution 2026-12. A resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a representation agreement with Wilson Williams Fellman Dittman for town attorney legal services.
I guess there needs to be a staff report, only to, I really appreciate working with the town. Definitely been one of the highlights of my career is working with Lions, and appreciate the opportunity and hopefully being able to continue to do it for a long time.
Yeah. Is there a motion to approve resolution 2026-12?
Happily so.
Second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
No.
Great, we'll call for the vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Terrific, thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a second?
Already.
Make up your mind.
Thank
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Brandon. Thanks for
Thank you.
coming out.
Of course, happy to.
Buy yourself a new pair of shoes. We did stay. Oh, you were just right there. All right.
Remember the map?
I remember.
Oh, that was sticky.
Yeah, hang on, hang on.
Okay.
Hang on.
You don't have to sit here?
Here,
Oh. We had the map and the right.
I
Okay.
thought I had.
It's just.
On the side.